So what you're going to be making today. So the application I'm going to be making today is known as the Tailwind AI, and this is just an LMS learning management system that we're going to be making. Yeah, so it's very simple. Like there's nothing that unique about it, but like it uses AI. So let me just give you a very quick. This is first of all the landing page that we've been able to make. Very simple. But let me just give you a quick tour into what we are going to be building. Okay, so first of all, let's get started. So let's first of all sign up. Okay, let's sign up. Okay. Okay, so let's choose this one. Okay, so we are here in this place. First of all, like as you can see here, been able to sign up. You can see here we have now my email here, and yeah, so my name there. So another thing that we are going to do now, like this is just a very simple LMS that enables you to make notes and also get quizzes, and also like to be able like to make also flashcards, and you can make like notes using anything, either by text generation, and also like make notes just by uploading an audio that exists, or just by uploading or even recording an audio, or even just putting a particular YouTube URL that you want. Okay, so let's start. So first of all, like for the first thing that you need to do, first of all, create a folder. So you're going to create this folder. Let's name it anything. You can just name it coding with Brian. Okay, can just name it anything. Okay, you can see we are able to create like a particular folder, or let's just name it and let's name it yeah, Brian is cool. So let's name it like that, and then after I name that, so for you to be able like to create a particular note, like remember like each note need to be inside a folder. Okay, like it's when you like it's just like a computer whereby like you have like documents inside a particular folder. So just acts the same way. You can either select like this for this one, like this is the first folder that you've created, or you can create like this second one that you've created. So first, like let's select the second one, or you can select the first one. Okay, so here you can see like when you press this generate, then you can put here now your particular like topic of the notes that you want to make. Okay, so you can say maybe something like you can just say anything, then you can just wait a little bit for it to be generated. And the best thing is you can select here the dialect you want, either if you want English, French, or Spanish, any as like how you want. You can see here like it's generating here. So let's wait for some seconds for it to generate. Okay, 1 second. So we have been able to refresh, and if you after refreshing, like you can see here, you have now this notes you have been able to create, and it's in the folder here. Brian is called. So if you press that particular folder, let's press it. So after pressing it, now you can see like here we have now our notes here. Here's all the notes that you've been able to create, and you can see like how the notes have been able to be created very perfectly. Like if you're like, I think if right now in your life, I think being able like to learn this photosynthesis while you are either in primary school, while you are still in primary school, or the lower school. Yeah, so like what you learned, you can just go through it, and you can see like this, like the notes is like really accurate, and it's really like it's just beautiful how it is. You can see this is just the notes is really accurate, and it's really beautiful. Yeah, So the best thing is that you can see like you've been able to create the notes. Okay, now after being able to create the notes, now let me show you how you can be able like to create now a quiz based from these notes. Okay, so here we have now the quiz section, so you can come here to the quiz. Okay, now here in the quiz, like for it to be like if you press this generate quiz, then it's going to generate quiz based on the notes that you had created earlier. So let me show you how you can press this generate. So let's wait some minutes, some seconds only, not minutes. You can see, so we have now these quizzes that have been generated based on our photosynthesis notes. If you want to know, you can see the example of the questions. You can see which of the following is not a direct product or reactant of the light dependent reaction of photosynthesis. You can see like what is the primary role of this you can see. So but it generates like 3 quizzes per it generates like 3 quizzes every time. And the best thing is that after you've done this, you're going to get like the results of what you've gotten, and also you can be able like to generate like even more quizzes based on the particular notes photosynthesis, or even you can try. Let me show you example this. I don't know, like I can't remember the answer, but let's just select for the sake of selecting. I want to show you something. Let's select maybe, I don't know, this. Even I'm not reading the question, but let me just select. Let's select also maybe this. Okay, so after selecting, then you'll need to check answer. If you press this, let me show you, check answer. You can see here, first of all, you're getting this Tosify. You can see here it's saying like the quiz score is saved successfully. So like all the scores are being saved like to the database, and we'll be able like to access it like in that history section. I'll show you the history section. You can see, so the quiz score is saved successfully. The quiz score is saved. So when you check the answer, that the score is saved like automatically. Okay, so after I've done that, you can see here now it gives you the results. So it says like the quiz results, then your score is 1 out of 3, and then it gives you like an encouragement, which is keep practicing to improve your score. Okay, so you can see also after having done that, it's going to give you like now the correct answer. You can see, so the first one that you picked, that it means like B was the right answer. You can see here it's correct. Then the second one, it tells you like, hey, like C was the wrong answer. Now that means like B was, oh no, it say like B was the wrong answer, and then C was the right answer. You can see here incorrect. So the correct answer is C. You can see like this is a very nice application. Then you have now the question 3, which says like B was the wrong answer, and then C was the right answer. Yeah. So after you've done that, you can see here now we have 2 buttons, which says like the first one says like try again, and then we have the generate new quiz. So if you press this try again, let me show you. You can see now we have now the same quiz. Okay, so you can be able to try again. So I can remember this was the right answer. Then here the right answer was I think C, if I'm not wrong. Then let me pick it, and then here I think the right answer also was C, if I'm not wrong. So let's check it again. You can see right now. Also you can see here the quiz score is saved successfully. Then here you can see now the quiz results. Your score is 3 out of 3. Now also you're getting the message, great job. Now again, if you press now the same button, which is try again, then like can be able like to try the same quiz again. But if you want like to generate like a new, like let's say after you've done that, and then you want to generate like new quizzes, just press this. Then let's wait some seconds. It will clear up. Some seconds, 1, 2, 3. You can see now we have new quizzes. Okay, so if you look at this now, you can see very clearly now we have the new quizzes. Then let's pick any that you want. Let's say maybe this. And now let me show you. So you can see here in the quiz 2. Also these are like different. You can pick any that you want. Then these 3. Just new quiz. So then let's say check answer. You can see here also we have 0 out of 0. We didn't score anything, so still the same thing. Okay, so after I've done that, that's really beautiful. So now let's go to the part of the cards. Yeah, so here in the cards, these are just flashcards. Okay, whereby like if you're a student, you know, like for you to be able to reinforce what you've been able to learn, like you need to be able like to learn differently, either by doing quizzes or just by doing flashcards. So if you come here and then generate flashcards, let me show you. Let's wait some seconds for it to generate. Let me show you the flashcards that are generated. You can see, so here we have now the flashcards, and here we have now this message. It says tap to flip. Okay, so from this point, okay, Okay, so that was okay. So from this point, you can see here, now we have what is the overall equation for photosynthesis. So you can say that, and then you can see here we get the answer. Okay, like that. Then let's go next. Now here we have now the describe role of the photosystem, that. Okay, and then you press it. You can see now it's able like to flip. And the best thing, I want you to look at it, that now like in the place where we have now the question is like it's just white. Then when you flip it, now it's like that color. I don't know if it's like blue or gray, but like you have like a different answer. Okay, you can see like it flips very well. Then if you do like all the flashcards, let me show you until to the end. Now after here, now in the last part, after I've done like all the answers, now you get, after I've done now all of them, you get this message which says how many did you get right. And then here you can be able like to repeat the same you can be able to repeat using the same flashcards. You can be able like to shuffle them, like to be able like to shuffle like their arrangement, you know. Or also like can be able like to get new cards, yeah, with different questions and then different answers. Okay, so like this application, like when you're making this, you're going to learn a lot from this this point. Okay, now we have now this other part, which is the text. This just generates transcript based on the particular notes you had generated. Press it, also just generate like a transcript. You can see just a transcript. Yeah, that's not very important. Now let me show you now another part that is very important, the part of the history. Now this part of the history, like it's able like to record everything that you've been able to do. And the best thing is that it's able like to record now your quizzes, the quizzes results. So let's come to the history here. So if you see here in the history, also the best thing about this part is that you can be able like to see the study time, how long the person took in studying. Okay, which now for us it says 9 minutes. I'm going to show you like this actually is dynamic, like I've not hard coded it, and this just estimated based on the quiz length. Also you have now this part of the quizzes. So it says like you've been able also just complete one quiz. So it says like one completed quiz based because like we've been able like to generate one notes, and one note has been able like generate one quiz. Yeah. Now we have now this part of the preferences. So preferences saying like the strength is still in photosynthesis, and they also need to improve on it still. Also you can see here now we have the part of the quizzes here, photosynthesis, and then you can see here now we have the date, the current date, which is 4th of April, which is right now it's a Friday, and then it's 2025. You can see here the score is 0-0. We have 0-0 because like the last quiz we did actually got 0. Okay, now let me show you again. The best thing about this is that let me show you now. Let's now create another note, and then after creating another note, I'm going to tell you like the reason as to why like that time is dynamic, like I've not hard coded it. So let's create another note. So you can say maybe, I don't know, let's say matrix, yeah. So now in this matrix, let's pick, maybe let's say French. I don't know French, but let's just say, let's pick the dialect to be French. Now let's wait some second for it to generate. Then you're going to see it. Okay, so 1 second. Okay, so here we have now the matrix. Then let's select it. So here we have the matrix, you can see. So matrix in French. Okay, this is really interesting. Okay, yeah, so here we have matrix in French. I don't know French, but I think it's cool. Now let's go also to the quizzes and then do the same thing. I want us to generate some quizzes and then pick, and then I just want to show you like that the time, like the estimated time regarding to studying is dynamic. Okay, so let's just pick any. Let's pick maybe this, I don't know, this, and then maybe the last one this. Then let's check answer. Okay, being able like to select 2, right? That's okay. Okay, now let's now move to the history section. You can just press this or that other one. Until you come here, you can see here you're getting like the studying time is 18 minutes. Okay, then 2 completed because they've been able to generate like 2 notes from 2 quizzes. Okay, 2 quizzes from 2 notes. Yeah, And then the best thing you can see here, we have now our strength. First of all, you have matrix and then photosynthesis. So it's saying photosynthesis because the previous one you had gotten 3 out of 3. Then matrix you have gotten like 2 out of 3. But also here we need to improve also on photosynthesis and matrix. Because here the first one is saying photosynthesis because photosynthesis previously we have gotten 0 out of 3. So that's the first one that we need to improve. Then the second one we need to improve also is the matrix here. Now also if you come to this part of the matrix here, you can see now we have now the score is 67%. Then this part of the this photosynthesis 0.0. Okay, so that's the part of the score. But this part of the analytics, like right now, also you can see here this part of the analytics, it says like the 44% estimated chance of success. So that means that if you have examinations dealing with matrix or photosynthesis, like there's a 44% chance you're going to pass them, okay, based on the quizzes performance. Okay, but yeah, so that's how it is. Also if you see here topic performance, you have now matrix, which is now matrix, like you've been able to perform really well on it. Then in photosynthesis, like you have not been able to perform really well based on the last quiz that we did. Like yeah, so that's in regards to the analytics. But this part of the study session, like I didn't like make it to work, but yeah, I didn't make it to work right now. Okay, now the best thing also, you can be able to download it, your results, can be able to print it. Okay, you can be able to download, print it, or even you can be able to share it. Okay, so that's the best thing about the coolest part about this. Now let me show you also another part that is really cool. So also you have now an AI assistant. That means if in case you have any issue, then you can just press this, then you'll be taken to this part of the Asiko AI. So the main thing with this AI is that just to help you, like in regards if you have any question, let's say maybe let's say if you have any question, let's say regarding maybe to our president, you can say maybe let's say something like this. Like, who is Barack Obama? Yeah, I think that is okay. So you can see like it's working really well, and then you can say here actually getting the response really fast. Okay, so it's saying like Obama is an American attorney, a politician who served in the 44th president of the United States from 2009 to 2017. Was the first African American president of the United States. It's okay. Actually, I didn't know like Obama was an attorney general, was an American attorney. Like I didn't. Okay, it's not a general, but an American attorney. An attorney. I think an attorney is a lawyer. Okay, but let's not mind that. So you can see actually like our AI is working very well. Like our AI assistant, also like everything is working really well. We would like to generate like the notes, the quizzes, etc. So another part that is really working is this part of the record audio. So in regards to the record audio, just come here, you press it, and then you say anything that you want. Or maybe let's say if you're in a lecture hall, also you can see when you press it, it allows you to select it allows you to be able like to give it permission. So here it says allow while visiting the site, allow this time, never allow. So let's say allow this time. So when you press it, you can see like it's able like to record now the particular audio. Okay, now right now it's recording. You can see how that animation, look at it, you can see the animation. So let's say like you're in a lecture hall, and then like maybe the lecturer is talking like over and over, like just he or she is like all over the room. Yeah, so if you press it now, it's able like to record automatically. Then let's say like the lecture is off, you can close it. Then you can see like actually this is the whole recording. Okay, now you can be able like to summarize or to know like get a notes based on that particular notes. So let's say you can select English, and then you can also let me press it, and you can hear. So when you press it, you can see like it's able like to record now the particular audio. Okay, no. Okay, so after I've done that, what you need to do now, you can be able like select the particular how you want to make it, and then you can press this part of the generate notes here. Let's see. Okay, let's not. You can see here you have now the notes. You can see here you have now the particular notes. So say like this is a transcript, and then yeah, then your notes are ready, refresh to view them. Okay, something like that. So from this point, that's okay. let me show you something. So you can see like the record audio is working. Also you have the part of the upload. So here you just come with your video. You can just press this, choose file, then upload your not video, audio that you want. Then you have this part of the upload PDF. You can just use any PDF. Let me try to pick a PDF that I have, and then just show you like practically. Okay, let me come and then pick let me pick my CV. So can also come here and then generate CV, generate summary. Okay, so you can see like here you have don't know the notes, but like they're supposed to be created as notes. Yeah, they're supposed to be created as notes, but here you just like I'm just showing you like what you're getting. Also, yeah. So, but yeah. Okay, let's refresh it. Now let me show you now the last part that you guys were actually, I know you're anticipating, is the YouTube video part. So you just put your video, then to be able like to select, and then you can be able like to translate it, that you can be able to get notes based on that YouTube video, then either using English, French or Spanish. Yeah, so let's come here and let's pick a YouTube video, any YouTube video. Let us pick just a very short tip. Now let's pick an example of this video. You can see like it's like around 1 minute, but you can pick also like video based on any length that they are. But for me, like I just want to pick this so that I can be able like show you very quickly. But I think the longer the video, then the longer it's going to take. Yeah. So let's just pick this, and then you just copy it, and then make sure like as you're picking a video, make sure like that like they have the subtitles. The most important thing about subtitles is the one that we are going to be using here, because we are going to be using an extension, a dependency for YouTube that is going to be translating the link then into based on the particular like subtitles. Yeah, you can see here
out of the box. But sometimes building your own custom UI.
Okay. So after doing that, let's come now to our application so that I can show you. Now let's now paste our video URL that we wanted. So you can see like actually that video talks about Superbase. Okay, so you can just come here and then let's select English so that you can see it, because I think most of you know English. Yeah, so let's select English and then let's wait. Okay, so I think it should be able to have been generated, but I think, yeah. So from that point, if we've done that, then everything like actually is working perfectly. So we're able to have generated it. So, and then let's see, now we have this part of the folders here. You can see like actually this folder, you can be able like to arrange them either like that as boxes, or you can then press this and then be able like to select them in any way you want, or arrange them in any way you want. You can see be able like to arrange them in any way you want. And the best thing is that you see like when we have like when these folders are many, and when these folders are let's say maybe 10, then you're going to have here another text that is going to say like see more, which when you press be able like to extend or to be able to expand or contract it like as per your wish. Okay, you can see also this part, it works, but right now we don't have like enough folders. Yeah, so I don't think there's any other part I've not shown you. Yeah, also you have this part of the upgrade. So if you come here in the part of the upgrade, let me try to refresh 1 second. If you come here to the part of the upgrade, you can be able like to select your payment regions. So let's say if you're in Kenya or if you're international, you can be able like to select your payment regions. So let's say if you're in Kenya, you can be able like to choose this part of the payment. Then here you can be able like to select like your subscription status. Yeah, if you want like a daily, a weekly, monthly, or a yearly plan, that's up to you. Then if let's say if you come to the international parts, now we have now the 3 parts only. We have now the weekly plan, you have now the monthly, and then you have the yearly plan. Yeah, so that is if you're international. Example, let's pick example for this for Kenya. If you press this part of the subscribe, then it's really here, it's going to tell you like actually you are using PayPal for this part. You have this part of the confirm your subscription, this, and then pay stack. Yeah, Yeah, so actually everything works perfectly, but I'm not going, like in this video, like I'm not going to be showing you how to do the part of the upgrade, because just payment. I think like if you want to check regarding like anything regarding payment, then you can check out my previous videos. Okay, yeah, so that's it guys. So let's start coding. But before we start, I just wanted to tell you guys, thank you so much for being here. Right now we are at 3,500 subscribers, and I don't take you guys for granted. Yeah, and actually we are celebrating like 1 year since like we started making videos on this YouTube channel. Like things have not been easy, but we just try our best. And right now actually like now this code that you're making here, I'm going to give you the codes, but they are like, we have two kind of codes. You have now these codes that we are going to be making during this video. So this is the first part, and then I'm going to make another part later. So we have like two codes. So they have the codes that you're going to be making during this video. I'm going to put that to be free, and then the link is going to be in the description below. But now we have another code that because now we have another codes that you have been able to incorporate the recording audio, the uploading audio, uploading PDF, and the YouTube video. Like we have been able like to put those functionality, or we've been able like to put those functionality to work appropriately. Yeah, so I think that cause you're going to like, at least the smallest thing guys for you guys can do, like, is just subscribe, to be able to subscribe for me, and to be able to subscribe. And then like regarding the codes, I think like can just be able like to like, I'm going to just put like a very small fee there, can be able like to purchase the codes from me. Yeah, I don't know, like I wanted to make the codes to be free, but like right now like I'm short of cash, so I think like you guys, I think please support me. So I'm going to put the link to the codes there, and then I can be able like to purchase the codes. But initially the ones that I've been able to make, they are going to be free, which are not complete. But those the other ones that has all the codes, I'm like, please just help me by at least subscribing. Yeah, okay, by purchasing them. Like it's going to be really cheap. Yeah, like it's going to be like I'm going to put like just $20. Yeah, that's really cheap, you know, because in regards to the work we've been able like to make this, and like the best thing, like these codes are high quality, and everything we make like it's just high quality. So if you have any questions regarding to that, please don't forget to let me know. Yeah, just I want to tell you that I'm going to put the link, I'm going to put the codes for you to be able to access them. You're going to be able like to pay for them. And then another thing I wanted to say is that also we have now another platform for you to be able like to join, like our, to be able like to be like to be able to subscribe to our channel. You can be able like to subscribe if you haven't subscribed, but also we have another part where you can be able like to be able like for you to be able like to get exclusive access to me and my team. You can be able like to join one of our when you, let me show you here, don't know, let me show you here one thing. You can be able like to, 1 second, I wanted to show you something here. Like you can be able like to join, you can be able to join like one of our plans. Let me show you one of the things we're doing here. I can't remember like the word, let me show you. Okay, a little bit. Yeah, let's press this. Oh, this got 15k views. That's really interesting. Example, let me show you one thing. I want to press this, then show you one thing, please. But if you want to skip, can skip, no problem. Okay, it seems I can't like I can't show you what I wanted to show you. Actually, like I'm using my real account, so but what I was saying, you can do when you come here, you can be able to purchase a match from us. Okay. Ever thought if you can be able to build a full stack fintech application using only React? Okay, hello guys, so my name is Yatunye Bran. Sorry, but let me just, and welcome back to Coding with Bran. So today we're going to be building a fintech application using only React for the front end and Node for the back end. and our database of choice is going to be MERN. So the aim of this application is to allow someone to invest and save their money, but in this whole tutorial we're going to only be focused so that I can finish this part and then we can start coding. Yeah, so what I want to say is you can come here and then you can be able to purchase one of our merch. You can see here now the coding with Brian, we have now the bag, we have also the t-shirts, and also we have the hoodies. And the best thing is that all of them like we have all the match are for both the women and the males. You can see also example, you have now this one for the women, this example of a hoodie of the women. You can just be able to purchase for us, like it's very cheap, you know, like it's just around like 41 pounds. Yeah, 41, like, is it euros or pounds? Yeah, euros, 41 euros. And yeah, just very cheap for you guys, very cheap. And then you can be able and the best thing, after you come here, you can be able to select the color that you want. Example, if you want a black one, you can select the black that you want. Like also if you want a white one, you can be able to select the white. If you want like a gray one, okay, now you can select the one that you want. And you also can be able to select here the size, either if it's a small, a medium, or a large, or a 3XL. like, yeah, like you can be able to select the one that you want. And yeah, just help us by either purchasing our merch or by either joining our community. Yeah, I've remembered the word, by joining our community. If you like, let me show you. If you come to this part here, yeah, if you press this part of the join, you can be able to join our community. Let me show you. If you press this part of the join, you can be able to come here and then you can be able to join either using the starter pack. Okay, you can come here and then be able to join either using this part of the starter pack, or you can join either using this part of the junior pack or this part of the master pack. Yeah, so help us in joining. And then and the best thing is that we have now some really great things. Yeah, so please do that, and then I will really appreciate a lot. And then yeah, just supporting the channel. But before the year ends, I plan to have an external LMS whereby I'm going to be having like my videos. Then there will be able to have now the particular memberships, and then from that point be able to have maybe some mainstream, like some maybe weekly streams with the members, and also be able to have like some CV reviews and resume review, just to be able to assist you also guys in any way, like I know, to be able to for you to be able to get like your particular first role, yeah, as a developer or just as a tech guy. Yeah, so that's it with everything I've said. Like I know I've spoken a lot, yeah, sorry guys, but I just wanted to say that because it was in my heart for a long time. And I know I've not been able to give you like some videos for a while, but just pardon with me. Okay, yeah, so thank you guys. So let's start coding. Thank you guys.
Yeah, hold it right there, Doodle. I brought you into this world, and now I'm gonna take you out. Any last words?
Yeah, but first a quick word from our sponsor.
Today's video is sponsored by Hired with AI. Hired with AI is your secret weapon for job prep in tech. If you are a developer gearing up for interviews, struggling with the resume building, or you're unsure how to tailor your experience for specific roles, Hired with AI has your back. It's an AI-powered platform that helps you to prepare smarter, not harder. You can create your job-specific resume, you can track your applications, and get personalized preparation guidance that align perfectly with the roles that you're applying for. No more guessing, just targeting intelligent preparation and get results. Check out Hired with AI and level up your tech career today. So check it out and then let me know what's your take on it.
I'm sorry, what was it?
So we are going to first of all start by making our application, by making like our folder. So let's put the folder. This folder you can just name it as anything, but I'll give it as YB, that is YouTube AI LMS. And then in terms of view, let me just view it that. So inside this we can now have another folder there. Can name it now the backend. Like that. Okay, so like this backend again, now what you're going to do is now this folder, now just drag and drop it now into your VS Code. Then now let's start. So let's start with backend. Okay, so another thing that I'm going to require you to do is, first of all, like, let's do this. So we're going now to do, like, we're going to include now another config known as Drizzle. Let me try to increase the size of this. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Let me try. Okay, that's too much. I think like that, yeah. I think like that is okay. So we're going to need, first of all, to include this, like this part of this file, this JSON file known as drizzle.config.json. Okay, so I'm going to include that file, and then in this file, what I want you to do is you're going to include something like this. So we're going to include something like this. So first of all, let me tell you this. So we are going to include this part of the schema. So this part of the schema, which points first of all to the Drizzle folder that you have not created. Okay, because here, let me show you here. Because here you're going to create another folder known as we're going to create this folder known as Drizzle. Okay, then in this folder Drizzle, we're going to have something known as, that will be schema.js. So schema.js is going to like contain all our models, right? Okay, so let's leave that alone. I want to concentrate first of all with this Drizzle.config.json. So that's one point there. Then you have this other part, which is the out, which is point to the Drizzle, and then migrations. So we're going to include these migrations again inside the Drizzle if we need it. Then another one, the part of the driver, is the part which you are using, like the Postgres. Okay, PostrgeSql. Then now we have the database credentials. So in regards to the database credentials, if you are not new to Postgres, you know that the link that you get from Postgres contains the database name and also has the password there, but that password is hashed, right? Yeah, so I'm going to replace it with this. So as you can see clearly, so here we're going to replace it with this. So this is how our that string, like that string, this is how it was, or that string, that database string, or the connection string, this is how it was. Even as you can look in the .env, you can see this is the whole string, like that. Yeah, that is the whole of it. But since we don't want to just place it there, because it will be like repeating ourselves, what we can do is we can do this. Like, we don't want to just paste it here. It's okay like the way you have pasted it, but what you can do is you can do this. I'm going to just going to do it like that. Yeah, so that will be the connection string, and then you're going to just put the database URL. So in regards to the database URL, so it's going to point to the same, it's going to point to the same database URL here. Okay, so because we don't want like the repetition there, yeah, we don't want like the repetition like that. Okay, so like that is okay. So another thing that is very important, I want us to go now to the database.js. So in the database, what you're going to do is you're going to do this. So you're going to first of all start by importing first of all the Drizzle. Okay, so that will be import Drizzle, and so we're going to be importing the Drizzle, sorry, here, like that. So we're going to be importing Drizzle, and Drizzle is Drizzle ORM from Node Postgres. Then again, we're going to come here, we're going to import now also pull. Okay, so we're going to be importing pool coming from, that is Postgres. Then another thing that we're going to do is we're going to import the .env, but so we're going to do an import of that will be .env from .env, right? Then another thing you're going to do is we're going to put now the particular config. Okay, again you're going to do a const pool. So this const pool, we're going to put now a const pool, and then this const pool, what it's going to do is going to try to point to the particular connection string that you're using, right? So we're going to include that the connection string. And the best thing about this part is that so it's going to be pointing to the connection string, which points to the particular database that we were using, right? So now let's try to export it appropriately. So export default DB like that. Yeah. So like that is okay. So let me see here. Let me try to arrange here properly a little bit. Yeah. So from this point we are trying to import Drizzle coming from Drizzle, that, and then you have the connection string pointing to the particular database. Okay. Then you have SSL, which is the in regards to the rejected or the authorized to be false. But still, let me try to make this much simpler for you guys. I don't want to complicate things. You can also remove this SSL. Okay, let me just remove this so that to make it simpler for you guys. Okay, let's just remove it, so because it's not that important, but it's required. Yeah, so let me just try to make it as simple as possible for you guys. So that would be connection string, and then passing out the database URL. Also here in regards to, let me put here some space, I want this to be arranged properly. Then also here, like that. Yeah, now here in regards to the export, like this one, you can try to put it in one line, so to avoid this congestion here. So what you can do is you can do so it's going to be something like this. So we're going to come here, then you're going to say something like this. So it's going to be const, so it's going to be const export. And what are we exporting? So what we are exporting, 1 minute. So what we're exporting is that DB up there. Okay, so you're exporting the DB up there, right? Then this DB, first of all, you have going to pass something known as the Drizzle. We're going to pass this Drizzle. Then this Drizzle now is passing now the particular pool inside it, like that. So yeah, so after I've done that, you can just remove all of this. Let's start first of all with making our backend. So our backend, are going to, first of all, let's start making the backend. So here I'm in the backend. So here, as you can see, here you have the backend here. Okay, so first of all, you're going to, let me tell you so these are all the dependencies that you're going to install. Okay, we have the Google Generative AI, we have Axios, you have Cherio, we have the course.env, we have Express file uploader, we have the form data, we have the Malta, and then here we have MySQL, but we are going to change that with Postgres. Then you have the NodeMon, we have PDF pass, Sqlize, and then you have the YouTube transcript API, then you have YouTube, that is the YTDI core, just the YouTube DI core. Yeah, so as you can see, most of them, I think you have, most of them. If you're new to the channel, maybe maybe if you're new to programming, then you might not know some of them, but if you're not new, then I think you know most of them. Okay, yeah. So I'm not going to tell you like the functions, but as you can see, this Google Generative AI, like usually use it especially when you want to make applications dealing with like when you're making applications in regards to like Gemini, like usually use it. Then you have, like as I told you, we have Express just a framework for building APIs, cause usually just like it acts like a middleware. Just know that. .env is where you put your secrets. NodeMon usually just use it for development purposes, but when you're deploying, like NodeMon is not useful. Yeah. Then you have the Express file uploader, as its name states, just useful for uploading files. You have the Malta just the same, also as a middleware for file uploading. Know that. Then you have the form data, just helps for data, like the form data in HTTP requests. And then you have in regards to the database and ORM, so here we have the SQLize, which is an ORM, but I'm going to change SQLize, like I'm going to change it to the Drizzle later, because we're going to be using Drizzle as our ORM. Then in regards to the MySQL, I'm going to change the MySQL to Postgres later. Yeah, so as I told you, Google Generative AI, so its function just to generate response in regards to Gemini. Like if you want to know about it, you can just come here. Let me show you the docs. Okay, if I'm taking long, you can skip up to the point here where we are starting. Okay, but I'm just doing this for the guys who don't know much about programming. Yeah, so let's go. You can just say Gemini API docs. API docs. Yeah. One second. Okay, so here is the Gemini API docs. You can just come here. Let's go first of all to this text generation. This is the most important part I want to show you. One second. Yeah, so here it is. So if you come to this Gemini, and then like if you come here, I'm going to say one thing. Yeah, so here you have all the languages that they are offering, but as first is JavaScript, because React is JavaScript. So as you can see here, we're always using the Gen AI. You can see like importing the Gen AI from Google Gen AI. Yeah, so that's what it is. And also another thing is that we are using like Gemini 2. As you can see, let me show you here. We are using the Gemini 2 model, which is the latest model. The model is 2 Flash. That is the latest model. Like previously, if you are a fan of this video, then you know like previously we were using like 1.5 Flash, and yeah, that is if you are a fan of Google, like if you are a fan of Google Gemini, right? Okay. So that's it. So I've told you like the meaning of the dependency you're going to be using for our backend. Have I told you all of it? And then yeah, we have Cherio. I know like to most of you like it's new. So just the meaning, like the usefulness of Cherio is going to be extracting data from HTML. Yeah. And then another thing, you have the Axios, like it's everywhere. If you're not new to coding, then know Axios. Just used for making like the interactions between the front end and the back end. Then you have the PDF pass, extracting content from PDF. Okay, so this one its importance is like I think you saw that button which when you can upload a PDF and then just says you can see like what the PDF contains. So this is like its usefulness there. Then you have the YouTube transcript. This one is like it's going to be very useful, especially for the part where we were like putting the link for the YouTube. So like this section is going to be really useful. Then another part, you have the YouTube transcript API. Yeah. Then you have the YTD core. Yeah. So these are all of those. Okay. So without wasting any time, let's now start our backend. So we're going to first of all initialize it. So it's going to be, if I'm not wrong, I think npm init y. Let me. Oh, I'm not wrong. Let's see. So we're going to start it. Then I'm going to install like the necessary dependencies. Let me copy now the dependencies first. Yeah. So let's wait for it to be initialized. Yeah, like in the meantime, you can just paste this You can just paste this. You can paste. Okay, let's not paste it because we don't have like the package.json still. So like let's wait for it to be initialized first. Okay, so we'll return to it later. Okay, yeah, it's through. You can see. So like right now we've been able to initialize it like that. Yeah. So right now let's again now install now the dependencies so that we can start coding. Yeah, sorry, seems we have an issue here. We try to copy it again. And boom. So let's give it a couple of seconds or minutes based on your Wi-Fi network. So yeah, so as me, let's give it a couple of minutes. Like my Wi-Fi is not as strong. As you can see here, like we've been able like to install everything. Let me show you here. As you can see here, first of all, like we've been able like to install everything from like all the dependencies that you're going to need. Then since you're going to be using Drizzle and you're not going to be using Sqlize, yeah, we're going to use Drizzle, not Sqlize. So another thing you're going to I'm going to need you to install install that is PG for Postgres, and then you have this Drizzle or RM. Then since you're going to be using Neon database, like Neon is serverless, so and then you have this. Okay, let me expand this so that you can see it. Okay, here it is. So first of all, do npm install pg and then space drizzle dash or orm, then install this at neon database slash serverless. Okay, yeah. Then after you've done that, now install that also. Okay, so another thing that we're going to need is like first of all, we're going to need to put drizzle.config.json. So and then so that you can be able like to like generate the particular kit. Yeah, so let me show you here. After I've done that, another thing that that I'm going to need you to do is this. Let's come here. First of all, I want us to do this. Let's make our e.env file. I want us to go and get the database URL. So I want us to get the database URL. First of all, let's get that. You can either do this. Let me show you. So you can either like do this. You can either use Azure for your PostgresQL, or you can just install like Postgres like as a standalone, like so that you can be able to use it locally, etc. as you want. But as far as you're not going to do all of this, so we're going to do this. You're going to be using Neon. Let me show you here. The best thing about using Neon is that Neon, first of all, like they have like some, okay, it's usually makes work much easier, and also like Neon handles your data much better. But there are some certain data that are not really good to be handled with a kind of database like Neon, like PostgresQL for Neon. But yeah, like I just like using Neon for Postgres. Yeah, and the best thing about Neon is you can use Neon for Postgres, or still like I think they also have MySQL. If I'm not wrong, they have MySQL, but that one you need like to pay first if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So here, let's create another project here. So this is the first project that I had. It was an AI teacher. So let's create another project here, a new one. Okay, I want us to create here a new project here. So this new project you're going to name it. Let's name it what is it? You can just give it any name, but I want to give it this name because I'm going to use it later. But you can give it any name that you want. Then you have project name, database name. Let's just give it the same name. Hope it will not cause any issues. Yeah. Let's use, I think, Azure or AWS. I think let's just use it Azure. Yeah. I don't think there is any, I don't think there is any effect in regards to either using Azure or AWS for your cloud service. I don't think there's any issue with that, but yeah. So the best thing, like as you saw like previously, like the best thing about Neon, they give you like 10 projects free, so like that's really great. Yeah, so let's now connect our database. Okay, yeah, so this is the one you want, this is the what you want. Let's copy it and then put it in our, put it here. Yeah, like that, and then from this point, this is what you're going to do. Okay, so like that, I think like that is okay. So, and then we're going to create now another folder here. This folder, we're going to name it as config. So this config is going to have now our database. Okay, so we're going to give it, that will be db.js. Nice. So this is the one that is going to contain our database. So let's make it like that. And then another thing that we're going to do, let's come again to our schema.js. So since you remember, like in regards to our application that you're making, okay, so we're going to have, like, first of all, we're going to create now the first schema, which is for the folder section, right? So we're going to do this. So we're going to import this, which are very important. Let me show you here. And all of them are going to be coming from this part. Let me show you. So they are going to be coming from, that would be Drizzle ORM slash, that would be PG core. Yeah, Drizzle ORM slash PG core. Like that. So those particular things that you're going to be importing from that part of the dependency. So the first thing you're going to be doing, importing, that is the PG table. Okay, then the next thing is going to be something known as the serial, and then we'll have another one which is known as the text. Then you have the timestamp. Then lastly, we're going to have another one which is known as the unique index. Yeah, unique index, like that. Okay, so now let's make our first model here. So that will be going to do, an like our first one, like our first schema is going to be known as, our model is going to be known as the folders. Yeah, so we're going to do this. Let me show you here. 1 second. So that will be export const folders. Then this const folder, first of all, is going to be point that to be PG table, and then like the particular database is going to be known as folders. Yeah, like that. So auto completion, like that. So first of all, let me see if this auto completion is correct. So yeah, first of all, the particular ID, yeah, the ID is going to be in serial, because actually it's Postgres. Yeah, obviously in regards to the ID is going to be primary. Sorry, laptop is hanging, but let's continue by force. Okay, so we have here the name. So here we have the name as text, then it will be name. You have the which is not null. You have the created at, which is that timestamp which is created at, and then default now, not null. Okay, then you have the updated at. Okay, like that. But there's something here. I don't want this user ID to be here. don't want it to be there. I want it to be somewhere here below, because like most of the time, like created that and updated that, like they usually tend to be like the last ones, so that's just how I prefer them. So here again you have the so everything looks pretty okay. So we have the particular default now. Okay. So another thing that we're going to do here, we're going to just come here. So here you have the particular folders, user ID, unique index, folder user ID, the name, it looks okay. But here what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this. Let me see from this point here, right? Because I'm going to remove this part. I'm going to remove the whole of this part. Then I'm going to have here the table. So this table is going to do a return, and then the particular return that it's going to do is the particular return for a unique folder. So let me see. So can just put that. Not really. Like I want it to be a unique folder, not just a unique name. Going to be a unique folder, and then in regards to the unique folder, so we're going to be passing the particular unique index, right? So we're going to be passing the particular unique index, and then the unique index first of all is going to be passing the particular unique folder, and it's going to be passing here the able.name and then the able.username. But I don't want to use able. I want to just use the particular table, right? Like because here it was able, I want it to be table, not able. So it's going to be table. I don't want to use able because able doesn't make any sense. So going to be table. Let me change also this part. Cool, looks okay. So I think like that is okay. Some little changes that I want us to do. First of all, we're going to remove this this Drizzle config.js, because actually like we don't require it. It's not that useful. Like we're going to delete it. This Drizzle.config.js.json is not that useful. You can just delete it. And then I'm going to put something known as the Drizzle.config.js. And the same things that were in this Drizzle.config.json, the things you can select this, the same things which are the schema, the out dialect, the DB credentials, like are the ones that are going to be still in this Drizzle.config.js. You can see it's still the same, but the only difference that here we're importing the .env, and also here we're using the Drizzle kit. But everything else remains the same. As you can see, you have the export default, that is the defined config. Then you have the schema, you have the out, the dialect, PostrgeSql, and then still also have these database credentials. Then you have the part of the URL, process.env database. So it will either read the database, this database URL, and if it doesn't read, then just pull back to this one directly, like that. So that's how it is. But you can just delete this Drizzle.config.js. So let me just, I hope you can be able to see like the way I've done. So the changes that were in the Drizzle.config.json, you've taken all that code and then made another JavaScript file known as the Drizzle.config.js, and then put that code. But there are some changes, you can look at it. I don't want to be there so much. Also, another thing that we've done is that here in the database, like I don't know if you can remember, like we are like here in the backend backend, we had another folder known as config, and then that config had another file known as the db, and that db had now our database, codes, right? So what I've done is that I've deleted that folder db, but that file that folder config, but that file which was db, I've taken that file and then I've been able to put it into this Drizzle folder, and then I've changed the name from db to index, right? So let me show you here. Just want to show you what I've done here. So you can see I just changed it from db to Drizzle. Still the same, all the database that you had, but just changed the name. Okay, yeah, so that's the things I've done. Okay, so after you've done that, I think everything now should be able to work properly. And the reason as why I did that is that I came and then I read, let me show you here, 1 second. Like I read, I've just read the Drizzle, docs right now, and as per the documentation, let's just go one by one with you. As per the documentation, what it says is this. Okay, so first of all, like this is the overview, the getting started overview of how to use Drizzle. As you can see here, like this how they suggest, but they suggest as per this if you're using TypeScript, yeah, but for us we're just using like the normal JS, but you should be using TypeScript. Like TypeScript is more safer, but I like JavaScript more, so still no harm done. So you can see here we have first of all, like here in the main route, project route, which is in our case is the backend, the name backend. Now in this here we have now the Drizzle. Okay, so here in the Drizzle you can create now another file known as src. Then that src you can now put now the particular database and the particular index which has the the one which has the database, and then the schema, and then you have the schema still in that src, yeah. But that's not how we did it. So like what we've done is that to just put because like a project is not that big, but your project you expect it to be so big, like can arrange it as this, yeah. But us, like we don't expect it to be that huge. Okay, so again, after you've done that, this is what you can do. As I was saying, okay, 1 second, let me show you the docs. 1 second. Yeah, like that. So as I was saying, like here you have the for the project route, for us is the backend, yeah. So like this how you can arrange it if you're if you want to, if you expect maybe a project to be bigger, yeah. But also you can see here you have the Drizzle.config.ts. So ts is for TypeScript, but as you can remember, like previously in the previous code that I had shown you, like I'd made a Drizzle.config.json, right? But I think that is for older Drizzle, but currently we don't use the JSON, yeah. We just make the JSON, but just make the particular file either as ts or js, but as for our case we made it as js, right? Okay, so again, like these are things you're going to need to install. I think we had installed that. You can just come and then read these docs on your own. That's why it's very important for you to stay updated to the docs of particular language or particular tool you're trying to use, because I was using the older version of it. That's why I was getting errors a little bit. So like that. So after I've done that, let me show you the parts that is really important. Now here's the Drizzle.config.ts, but for us is .js. So I just took the whole of it the way it is, but one thing that I changed is that you don't use this condition, this one, that question mark there. Is it question mark? Exclamation mark. Don't use that exclamation mark. Use the exclamation mark there if it's TypeScript, but for us it's not TypeScript, so I'm not going to use that exclamation. Also, if you realize, you're going to realize that the out and schema are different, in ours, okay, because like that, this one points to the location of the schema, then this one's for the out. Yeah, like you're going to realize that they are different, right? And then you have, like, in regards to push, you can just, after you've done that, like after you've done all of that, then you can do a push, okay. But what I did is that first of all I had to generate, okay. So just copy this, then come to your backend, then you do that, just generate it. It's going to take like a little bit of seconds, yeah. Then after you've been able like to generate it, like you're not supposed to get any errors, but this is what I was getting. I don't know why. Let me show you here. Okay, let's see here. First thing, let me show you here. It's not like, yeah, so here it is. I'm getting this. And then in regards, and then I'm going to come to do, I'm going to copy this push. After I've done your migrate, then okay, it's taking a lot of time. Then after, okay, it is. So you can see, like, in regards to my let me see, yeah, you can see here in PX, after you've done the generate, like this is what you're getting, like this. So here it means that we have one table known as folders had created earlier. Then you can just come and then do the migrate. If you do the migrate for us, we got something like this, but I don't know why it's getting like this. It's not that great. But after I've done that, just come and then paste it like that, then it's going to do everything. Yeah, so after I've done that, after you've been able to include that migrate, then it needs like to update your database, right? So then check your database in the Postgres. You're going to find like that folder has been able to be created with the particular necessary inputs, right? And to clarify that, you can see, like, as we had done, we have one table, and that one table is named as folders, and that folders table has 5 columns, okay, has 5 columns, and then, yeah, and then has 5 columns, and then one index. So as you can see, let me show you in regards to our second, I want to show you something here. If you come to our schema, it's supposed to have 5 columns, right? So we have 5, that is for the ID 1, we have name, username 3, created at, and then updated at 5, right? And then in regards to the unique part, in regards to the unique part, I think it's, let me see, yeah, in regards to the unique folder is one, right? Like, let me look at it, so that in regards to the unique index, right, column 1, okay, one index in regards to this unique folder, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so that's how it is. So I hope you've been able to see, and then, but I'm going to put the codes later, you can be able to check them. So right now we are through with our folders, and then what you're going to do right now is I want us to do this. I want us now to make the next part that you're going to be making is the part of the schema for that will be for the notes, and then we're going to make another one for the quizzes. Then after the quizzes, we're going now to make another now for the flashcards. Yeah, so that's what you're going to be doing right now. Yeah, that's just what we're going to be doing right now. Yeah, those are first of all the schema you're going to be making. Yep. So the next one, the next part that you want us to do is the part for making for our notes section. Yeah. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to do, that will be export. That is going to be export const notes. Export const notes, and then this const notes. So first of all, we're going to give it just going to have almost the same thing. So first of all, you're going to have this. So it's going to have an ID. So ID obviously is serial primary key. That's okay. Then you have the title, Okay, and then you have the content, then the folder ID. Okay, let's first of all start with this. Like, I don't want us to use title, but I want us to use topic, yeah, because when someone is making notes, like, usually refer to it as a topic. I don't like title. Like, title is like for posts. So, but you can call it whatever you want, but like, I prefer title. And then instead of it being a instead of it being a text, I want it to be a variable varchar. Yeah, and like, since it can be combination like of the text and the numbers at the same time. Yeah, so let it be a varchar or varchar. Then it's going to be change this to topic. Topic like that. And then it's going to be okay, not null, that okay. But before including that not null, I want us to include something here that is going to, I want us to be able like to control the length, its length. So we're going to put here something that is going to control the length of that particular topic. So its length, we're going to say it's going to be okay, let's just give it 255. Yeah, let's just say its length is going to be 255. I think that's okay. And then next is going to be the content. But in regards to content, before like we put content, because I remember like we're going to put now dialect, because I don't know if you can remember we had the part for dialect whereby you can be able to choose like the particular language. Dialect just language. If you want it to be like, if you want it to be in English, or if you want it like to be in French or Spanish, like just depending on the particular language that you prefer. Yeah, so we had this part of the dialect, and it's still also we're going to say it to be a varchar. And then so that will be varchar, so that will be dialect, and then its length is going to be okay. So in regards to length of the of this one, the dialect, let's change it to 100. Length to be 100. Okay. Then here we're not going to say like not null, because like remember, if you don't choose dialect, like we don't want to say like not null, because it's going to bring a lot of errors if you say it's not null. But let's say if someone like doesn't choose the particular dialect, by default is going to assume like the particular dialect is English. Yeah, so here you're going to do this. So it's going to say default. Okay, so here that if default is going to be, so it's going to be, we're going to say just that's going to be auto detect. Default is going to be just auto detect like that. Yeah, so in regards to the particular content, the content looks okay. So content, that is text, obviously. Yeah, then not null, that's okay. Then you have the folder ID. So the folder ID, I don't want it to be text. Folder ID is supposed to be what? An integer, right? Yeah, because it's an ID, like, yeah. So we're going to change here to be integer like that. Okay, and then in regards here of saying like it's not null, like I don't like the way it is like that. So what you can do is, let's remove this part, because I want it to like it's supposed to reference like our folders. Okay, so here you're going to say reference, so this is going to be references, and then that will be folders dot id. Folders dot id. then I'm going to say here is going to be .default like you can just say the .default just be null, yeah. Like that. So that what it means is that let's say if you make a particular node and then it's not given a folder ID, then it's going to just have a null, like it's going to, the folder is going to be null, yeah. Because if you say like not null, what it's going to do, like it's going to prevent like the nodes from being created. But let's say if you have an issue like referencing it to a particular folder, then what's going to happen is it's just going to be created, but it's going to be put in a particular like it's going to be given another folder that is present or general. Then from there, like inside the folder, as you saw previously during the demo of the video, then from there you can be able like to choose the particular folder that you want. You can be able like to change the particular folder that you want, yeah. So let's finish this part of the update. Like that. Now there's an issue here because this on update, like first of all you need to like make sure like everything is is properly introduced into. We need to make sure like everything like you have imported everything like into this file, yeah? So first of all, before we continue, okay, so let's come here, because I don't know if you can remember like during the creation of the nodes, like we're going to be using Gemini API for the creation, right? Yeah. So but before that, I want us to do something. So here we've been able to import serial, and then we have text. Then here we need also to import what, something known as varchar, just varchar, that. And then also another thing that we need to do is also to have the integer like that, you know, yeah, integer. Then yeah, so you have okay, that. So you have the varchar, you have the integer, and then you have the timestamp. Then last one that we're going to need, let's just say is the json. We just import everything like that. Now here I also want us to import something that we've also been talking about, which is going to be the Google Generative AI, yeah. So let's do that. So that will be the Google Generative AI. Yeah. First of all, like the Google Generative AI is coming from not this. So I'm going to remove this part. Like that. So that's how it is. Also another thing that we're going to do here, that I want us to do, is we're going now to try to import also the .env. So I think from there everything looks okay. From change this from update now to update FM. Okay, so another thing that we're going to do is now for the part in terms of generating the notes here. So what you're going to do here, we're going to do that will be export, which is async, like that. And then first of all you're going to pass the topic, then you're going to pass the dialect, okay, generate notes like that. So passing the dialect like that, and then in terms of the dialect, it's going to be just auto detect, yeah, but I don't want to use this one. Yeah, it's going to be auto detect like that. And then here again we're also going to put here in the part of the folder, the part of the folder ID. Part of the folder ID, and then folder ID, first of all you're going just to say that will be null, that. Then you have the user ID, that. Yeah. So here again, like I'm having a lot of issues. It's taking a lot of time to load. We're going to say it's going to be like this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to use first of all, so we're going to say if there is no, like, let's say that would be if there is no user ID, like supposed to throw a particular error, then I'm going to say the error is going to throw this error, which is the user ID is required to generate notes. Okay, like that. Then here below we're going now to have the particular like we're going now to put the particular variable for dialect, and then the result is the same. So what we're going to say here, so we're going to say that will be const dialect text. So in regards to the dialect text, just going to say that, like, the dialect, if dialect, first of all here, if dialect is not equal, here you're saying like you're using the strict equals to, but here I'm going to say like const dialect text, if like that dialect text is not equal, like is not equal to the auto detect, then it's going to give us the particular part of the detect here. Yeah, so let's see here. So if you go here below, again you're going to do in regards like to the particular part of the results. Yeah, particular part of the results. So what you're going to do, you're just going to say const result, which is going to be await, and then that will be await model dot generate content, Okay. Await model.generate content. Generate content, and then in regards to the generate content, so first of all you're going to pass here. First of all, let's include the backticks. So it's going, like, let's say in regards to generating now the particular content that you want, so it's going to first of all pass this to the particular like Gemini API. So this is what we're going to do. So you're going to say generate, that will be generate details. Sorry, I'm having a lot of typo, like I don't know how working up. So let's see. So it's going to be generate detailed. Yeah. So it's going to be like that. So let me put it like this. Okay, like that. Great. So that we generate detailed notes on that particular topic that you want, and also you're going to be passing the particular dialect text there, right? Great, like that. So yeah, I think like that everything looks okay. Then you can move here below. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. What is the issue? One second. So that is results await model or generate content. It just looks the same, right? Yeah, just looks the same. Okay, so let's do this like that. So after being able to do that, now we're going out to put the another variable for content. It's going like to tell us now the particular results of the content here. So that would be results dot so here we're going to say that would be results dot response dot response dot text. That's how you're going to use it. So like that. And then here in regards to the content, which is result.response.text, I'm going to include now. Let's say in regards now to the particular folder, so I'm going to say if let's say like there is no folder ID, so like this is the measures that you want it to take, because that can happen if we don't have like any folder ID like on this to happen. So this is what we're going to do. So we're going to say this. So we're going to say that will be const. Then I'm going to pass here now the particular part of the general folder, because like let's say if there is no folder, like we're going now to create now another folder that is going to be always there, because like us not accessing like particular folder is possible. Yeah. So we're going to rename this as a folder, general folder, right? Let me rename it properly here. So that will be general folder. Then it's going to be await.db await.db.select. Yeah, await.db.select dot from folders. Okay, let me just remove this. From folders like that. Yeah, so that will be the const general folder await db dot select from folders. Okay, then here in regards to the folder, so that will be the where the folders dot user id, then equals to the user id, like that, limit 1. But here, like, let's say not user id, I want us to put it in regards the name, right? So we're going to say folders. We're going to replace here with the particular name. Don't want us to use the user id. Yeah, name, like that. Yeah, so I think like that is okay. And then in regards to the particular name that we're going to pass, we're not going to pass here the user id, just going to pass here the particular name of that folder, that general folder that you want. So we're going to just name it general. Just going to rename it as general, right? Yeah. So after we've done that, what we can do is here, let's do this. Let me remove this part first. Just what we can do is this, like, let me show you here. Or what you can do, you can just replace this code. Let me show you. Is this okay? So what I've done here is this. Let me explain to you. So let me show you where we think from this part here. So yeah, like, let's say if there is no folder id, then like it's going to default, like that particular node is going to go to a default folder known as general. Okay, so like that folder general, like, is supposed to be created in all, like, in anyone who joins, then they'll be able to see a folder general, but it's going to be like, it's going to be the same name, but like there is going to be differentiation, like, in regards to the particular nodes that someone can see, because they're going to include like the user id and whatnot, you know. Meaning if you have a different ID from the other person, cannot be able to see like the particular notes in that part. Yeah, I don't know if you're able to understand that. Yeah, so like that. So yeah, just doing that as I've told you. Then if you look at it, I just want to explain to you, but if you think I'm moving slowly, you can skip the video. And yeah, well, I just want to explain to you so you can be able to be on the right page, on the same page. So that's just what you're doing, the conditional statement here in the if there is no folder ID. Else, if there is a folder ID, then you have to just come and then try to check the particular folder ID, etc. Then in regards to the folder, like, even after checking the folder ID, then it will also pass the particular part of the user ID, because like just checking the folder ID is not it's okay, but like you need to be able to differentiate like who is the right person who is supposed to see the particular folder, and then who is not supposed to see that particular folder, right? Yeah, so after we've done that, again, yeah, so after we've done that, I think you're through with that part. Let me see here. Yeah, so I don't know why we're having issues here. So I think we are through with that part. Now let's move now to the next section, which is the part of the quizzes. Okay, let's now make our quizzes. I want the quiz to be down here. I want the quiz part to be down here. Yeah, and just put it somewhere here. So this is what you're going to do in regards to the particular quiz. So you're going to do here, that will be export const quiz. Then you're going to pass the page table, which is the Postgres table, that, and then we're going to give it the table name quiz, as we've been doing. That. So at that point, then you have this quiz part. Okay, like that. So this quiz has, first of all, you have the part of the serial, which has an ID. That's great. Which is the primary key. That's okay. And then you have the okay. So first of all, here I want us to do this. I want to come here below. I want us to put the not ID. Because here in the not ID we're going to use it like to get some things from that point. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. So first of all, the 1 second. Okay, so first of all, the note ID first of all is an integer, then it has the note ID, then you have the references, so we're just going to pass the note ID, and then not null. Okay, that means like if it's null, then it's going to throw like some errors here and there. Yeah, but what we can do again is this, like I want us, like after including like not null, let's do this 1 second. Okay, so after including like the not null, also can include like a dot on delete. We can include a dot on delete, which is going to point to, that is cascade, like that. Yeah. So another thing that you can do is I want us to now check here. So here you have the part of the question, which is obviously a text, then you have the question not null. Okay. Okay, so already you had like the note ID, but I did something else. Okay, let's remove this. So yeah, here so we have the question, and then you have the answer. Like let's just rename it as the correct answer, not just answer. Correct answer, like that. So in regards to here, the correct answer, you can just give it not a text, let's just give it a varchar or varchar. So that would be varchar, like that. And then I'm going to name it as correct answer. And then like in regards to this correct answer, you also like want it to have limits, right? So you can just give it a particular limit of the particular length that you want it to have, which is going to be length which is of 255. Okay, so that is the correct answer. Then you have the user ID. User ID is not that important right now, like it's not that important. Yeah, let's just remove it for now. It's not that important. That's for now. Because do you know why? Like because like our folder already has user ID. That means like if a user, like a folder has already our folder already has user ID, and those nodes have been linked to a particular folder, right? So if they're not linked, like still like it's going to be a lot of issues there, like they cannot be able to show up to another person. But you can include the user ID if you want, but I think that is going to just be like, it's not that necessary right now. Yeah, so first of all you have the ID, then you have the note ID. Great. You have the question. Okay, so like you need also to have the part of the options, because like remember, so you have the question, below the question you can just include here the options, because remember like in regards to the quiz, then you're going to be given like the options, whereby like a user can be able like to pick the one they want. So it's going to be okay, sorry, yeah, so like so that a user can be able like to pick the one they want, and obviously it's going to be in JSON, like that. Yeah, so and then you have the correct answer, varchar. Yeah, everything looks okay. So another part that we want us to do is the part of the quiz results, right? Yeah, let us not focus now in the part of the quiz results, because like remember that is the quizzes that I generated. Now let's get the part of the results. So we're going to say const export const that will be the quiz results. Then this quiz results is going to just point to almost the same thing. That's going to be the PG table. Then I'm going to give it this name, so that will be quiz results again. Yeah, quiz results, like that. Then this quiz results going to be like this. Okay, let's look if it has everything. So first of all, you have the part of the ID. Okay, also you have the quiz ID, also important. You have the user ID, very important. Yeah, very important, because like remember these quiz results, like we're going to be displaying them on the part of the results. Yeah, so we want like the particular user be able to see their results. We don't want like mixing of the results and so on, and something like that. Yeah, and also one thing that we're going to find like is very funny is like we're going to realize that in the quiz we're not been able to add the particular part of the user ID, but this quiz results cannot function without the user ID. Okay, yeah, like you cannot be able to display that is the user ID. Very important. So you have the user ID, and then after the user ID we have the part of the score. Very important. And then you have the part of the created at, that's okay. So total questions, that's okay. Okay, so but another part that I want us to do, let me see. So we have the user ID. Okay, I think I've been able to put everything, but let's see. This one part I want us to add is the part of the correct answers. Yeah, so after the total questions, I want us to get the correct answer, because this we're going to be displaying the particular part of the correct answer. Just want to just display things like that. So here we're going to say here. So okay, let me remove this. So here is going to be correct answers. Then this correct answer is just going to be still the same, an integer, then passing the correct answer like that. Okay. So everything looks okay, but one thing I want us to do now is look at the so here ID is first of all 0, that's okay. The quiz ID is integer, that's okay. We have the user ID is varchar. Yeah, so it's supposed to be a varchar, not text, because like it's an ID for even sake. Yeah, so it's supposed to be a varchar. And then in regards to the score will just be an integer, that's okay. Okay, so total questions integer, correct answer integer. Looks pretty much okay to me. Yeah. So now after we've done that in the part of the quiz results, now let's finish the last part, which is the part of the flashcards. Yeah. After we're through the flashcards, then yeah, we're through with this part of the schema. And then we'll just move to the controllers and then test our backend, and then we'll be through with the backend for good. So that will be export consts. Let's name it let's just give it flashcards. Just name it as flashcards like that. Then in regards to these flashcards, what we're going to do, in regards to these flashcards, they're going to give it this. So ID serial, okay. Okay. So here in the note ID, I want us to, so it's, note ID is integer, that's okay. Okay. Looks okay. Then here in the question, so first of all, in regards to the in regards to flashcards, like we're not just going to say like let's not say the question and the answer, because like remember flashcards are just cards, whereby in the front you have the question and then the back you have now the answer, right? So let's just for understandability, let's just name it this as front, because it's a flash, so just name it as front. Yeah. And then in regards to the backend, to the back, here let's not say answer, let's just name it as back, so that you can know what you are doing like that. And then let's change also here. Front and then you have the back, but looks pretty much okay to me. Yeah, so from that point I think we are through with our So I think right now we are through with our schema. As you can see, we are through with our schema. Yeah. So the next part that I want us to do is I want us to now look at the I want us now to do something. I want us to start the server. Let's come to not really index.js. I want us to come to this part. Let's come to this point first. What I want us to do is let's create another file here. Let's create another file. You can name it as server.js. 1 second here. So let's create another file. So the file, you can name it as server.js. We're going to try to start our server, because as you remember, you have not been able to start the server yet. Yeah. So the thing that we're going to put here is this. Just going to put this code here. So this is going to first of all you're going to be using the backend backend web framework, which is the Express, which is just going to we're going to import it, and then we're going to initialize it here. And here we're trying we're going to be running the backend on port 5000 as always. Yeah, and we're going to use here cause just as our middleware. Okay. Yeah. And then we're just going to run that particular server like that. Yeah. So that's how we're going to do. Yeah. And what you can do again is you can just take this port, and then you can come to come here, and then you can just do that, and then this is 5000. Yeah, everything like that's okay. And then if I haven't done that, let's run to the server. Yeah, it looks okay. So that is about 5000. And then after we've done that, let's come again to the package.json, because remember we need to So in this package.json, there's some things I've added. First of all, here the name was index.js. Okay, so it's going to be index.js if this file to you is, if this file here you've written it as index, but first you've written it as server. So change it to server. If you are following the tutorial, you can just change it to server. Then another thing that we need to add is we need to add this part of the type, which is module, which enables us to be able to import and use everything. This backend. If you don't include it, then you're going to get errors. Okay. Another thing that I want us to include here inside this script is the part for starting the server, if let's say if it's in developer mode, or if in case maybe in production. So one thing I'm going to add is this. So what this does is that first of all we have this part of the start, then you're starting that means when you're going to deploy this one in production, this backend in production, then what is going to happen is you're going to use in I think in render there's a place you're going to use, you're going to say usually has npm, so we're going to just say npm start. Yeah, I'm going to say npm start, and if you realize very well here you're just using node, not mon. So node, and then you're pointing to the server.js. That is if you are running it in if you're going to deploy it. So yeah, like that is for deployment, but this one is for the one they're going to be using for production. Yeah, this one for dev, which is we're going to be running it here. We're going to be running it using npm run dev. That's why you're using here nodemon. So remember, nodemon is not very important or very useful in regards to deployment. Yeah. So after we've done that, you can just save the whole of it. Control S or Control KS to save the whole of it. You can just save it manually like that. The way I do it. Now after we've done that, now let's try to now run our backend. So that is npm run dev, because you're trying to run it locally. Okay. So let it run, and then let's see. Also, before as it's running, there's something else I want to show you here in the in the drizzle.config.js. There's one thing I've changed. Let me show you here. Not this point. Where was it? In the index.js. Here in the index.js, there's one thing I had changed. Here. So here, as you realize, here, if you look at your code, if you're following me, you're going to realize that you are importing pool from PG. but there's an issue with that, because we are using just JavaScript, and it's going to bring a lot of errors. So we just import the whole package, that is import the PKG from that PG, and then we're going to try to use now that particular pool that you wanted. So I'm taking the pool from PKG, and then I'll be using it normally. But if you try just import the pool from PG, like, you're going to get errors because they're just using JavaScript, not that. But if you're using TypeScript, I don't think it will give you errors, but let me know, you guys who are using TypeScript. So you can see like it's running. So server is running successfully on port 5000. Also, like, after I've done that, I want us now to do this. You can just do, and we can do like npx Drizzle kit generate, npx Drizzle kit generate, and then to generate everything. And then you can see here we have the database connected successfully. Okay, and then let's try to do the push like that. Now I want us to come here, I want us to come to index.js. I want us to add this. Okay, I've been able to add this part of the database connected successfully, and then database not connected successfully. This one, like, let's say when you are doing when you are doing like the part of the migrate and everything, it's going to tell us if the database has been connected or if the database has not been connected. So that's why you saw that message which gave us the database has been connected successfully. So we just added this. So previously it was like this, then I just added that part. So what this part does, okay, so, and then I've just added with that part, you can add it. So like after we've done that, what you can do again is this. Let me show you here. We're going to try to let me show you the things I did here. So after I've made all the changes, like I've been able to do like npx Drizzle kit generate, then we've been able to generate like all the tables. You can see here we have all the 5 tables, which are all the 5 tables there. And you can see the database connected successfully. Also done migrate, and also we push the changes to the database. You can see like all the changes have been applied. But before that, I want to tell you something. Like these are like previously, if you look at your previous code, like here in this line of code where you have the on delete. So previously, like how I told you, like previously how we had coded it, it was in a way that it was implementing it in a way that it's as if we are using MySQL, but as you know, like you're using Postgres. So I want to change like anywhere we have like this part of the on delete cascade, this part of on delete where it has on delete cascade. You can just take that point from the point where we have like, okay, where we have that table, where we have that particular column. You can just leave from there and then come from this point where we have the dot reference. You can just copy that, the whole of it, and then do the same also for example, do the same also for this part of the quiz results. You can just come and then paste it like that, and then like that, and also do that anywhere we have that anywhere. Also the same for these flashcards, for the quiz results, the flashcard, and for the quiz. Just make sure you do that. Like the way we have been able to implement it right now here is it's just like we've been able to implement it in a way that is appropriate for PostgresQL, because previously like I'd implemented it like in a way like it was for MySQL. So make that changes. So I think that is all the changes that you have made. And then so I know you might be wondering, also note this, here we have the notes, also note this, here we have the notes.id, but here also you have the notes.id, but in regards to, okay, sorry, here we have the notes.id, but here in the quizzes you have the quiz.id, here we have the notes.id. So note that, don't just put all of them with the notes.id, note that. So also you might be wondering like what is the importance of this on delete. First of all, like you can remove this on delete and then just leave it with a dot not null. Like this part of the on delete is not like that important, you can just remove it. But the reason why you have left it like that is that so that, let's say if you delete notes, what's going to happen if you delete notes, then all the quizzes that have been generated with it are going to be deleted, and all the quiz results that have been generated with it are going to be deleted, and also all the flashcards are going to be deleted. But if you delete, like if you remove this part of the on delete, then you just leave with a not null. If you delete notes, then the quiz, the flashcard, the quiz flashcard and the quiz results are going to remain, and then this is going to cause a lot of error or a lot of issues later, yeah. So that's why it's important to have that on delete. Also, if you want to see if the changes have been applied, you can just come to your Postgres, then let's refresh. Everything right now should be able to work as required. 1 second. Yeah, you can see now we have all those 5 tables. We have the flashcards, we have the folders, the notes, quiz, and then we have the quiz results. Yeah. So now let's move to our controller. Let's go now and then move to our controller. Before that, let's remove all this open file. Just do control press W to remove all of them. So let's come here. Let's close this Drizzle. Okay, let's close that Drizzle, and then let's come here. And us to make something here. And us to make another folder. We're going to name it as controllers. So this is going to have our controllers. Then you can create another one. You can name it as routers. Routers or routes? Not routers, routes. Yeah. Let's name it as routes. Yeah. So after I've done that, you can just come to our okay, let's do this. Let's come to our schema. Yeah, let's come to the schema, and then you can come here with the controllers. I want us to create now the necessary. I want us now to create the necessary. Okay, let's do this. So the first one is the folders. Yeah. So let's come here. Let us create the first controller, which is going to be the folder controller.js folder controller.js folder controllers. So let's just leave it folder controller. Okay. So I've created the one for folder. Then let's create another one for notes. So let's come here, then do the notes. Okay. So that is going to be notes controllers.js. Then you have another one which is quiz. So okay, I don't know if we can create quiz results, but I think I can just fix it inside the quiz. So I don't think the quiz results have been that important. Now let's again now do this. Let's again now create another one for now the specific routes, right? So I'm just going to do the same. Yeah, I think right now we've been able to finish that. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Yeah, I think we've been able now to make that. Now after you've done that, I just close the whole of it. Let's start with the first one, which is going to be the nodes controller. Yeah, so let's start with our nodes controller. So we are going to be starting with our, that will be like our folder controller. Like, we're not going to start with the nodes controller because I realize like the folder, first of all, is the, like, it has like, it's high in the hierarchy as compared to the nodes, because we have the folder and then the nodes is inside the folder. You see, the nodes is related to the folder. Also, like, from the nodes, then we're going to go to the quizzes, and then lastly we move to, that is after the quizzes, then the flashcards. Yeah, so let's come to our folder. Then we're going to start with this. So we're going to import some things here. First of all, we're going to start importing this. Let me show you here. So we're going to first of all import the DB. DB is coming from the index.js, and also we're going to also import the folders, which is coming from that part of schema. Also importing the EQ and which are coming from the Drizzle ORM. Sorry, like that. Again, so after you imported that, you're going to first of all starting with get in regards to our controllers. So let me first of all do this. So let me see here. So like this. So we're going to first of all do this. So in regards to get, so this one we are going to be, this one is for getting all the folders. So what we're going to do is we're going to say like export const get all folders, and then first of all you're checking if there is a user ID, because for you to be able to get a folder, then there must be a particular user ID. And let's say if we are using this, if there is no user ID, then you get this message, user ID is required. Yeah, so from this point again, now we're going also to include this particular part of the const. So that means that if there is no user ID, then you're going to get user ID is required. But let's say if there is a user ID, then you're going to get, we're going to go to the database.select, and then you're going to select the particular folder that are related to your particular ID, and then display it on the front end. Yeah, so after having done that, now let's also try to get folder based on a particular, let's also get folder based on particular ID. Yeah, because what, like, not like someone may want to get a folder based on particular ID, like maybe one folder not the other. So in regards to getting folder up as particular ID, you can see like you're just doing the same thing we're doing in regards to getting a folder, but here we have included here a const ID. So it will be checking like the particular ID that folder is on. Okay, but also still here we have the same conditional statement which checks if you have user ID or not. So yeah, so the reason why we're including the user ID is just to be able to differentiate like which folder is for who and who. Yeah, also still just doing the same thing here. If let's say if there is a user ID, then you come to this const here with the folder, then to select the particular folder that you want. Yeah, and here we're saying like if the folder, this one is in regards to getting folder by ID. Let's say here we're saying like if the folder folder.length is equal to 0. So here you're using a very strict equal, which is the 3 equal signs. This is a very strict, which means like if the folder length is 0, that means if there is no folder, then it will return this. If the folder is 0, then it's going to return this error, folder not found. That means if you try to get a particular folder which doesn't exist, then you'll just get an error, folder is not found, right? Okay, so now let's try also to do our cache like this. So still our cache here, very important, so that in regards if you get like a particular error in regards to maybe trying to fetch a particular folder by ID, then I'm supposed to get this error. Okay, yeah. So from that point, I want us now to be able to create the one for creation, like because we want to be able like to create a particular folder. So in regards to creating a folder, let me close this so that I can show you properly. Like that. So in regards to creating a particular folder, so what you're going to be doing is, first of all, we're going to do a const create folder, passing the request and then the response. So the const, first of all, in this const you're passing first of all the name. Name is in regards to the particular folder that you want to create, right? Then the user ID is in regards to the particular user ID that Clerk gives you, because when you log in or when you create an account, then you're given a particular user ID, that the user ID. So here again, you're trying to check if there is no name or if there is no user ID, then you cannot be able to create a folder, because then you get an error. Folder name and user ID are required if none of them exist, right? And then if it passes this, and let's say like if there is the username, if there is a name and then there is a user ID, then it will be able like to insert into the database here in regards to the creation of the new folder, to be able to insert into it the folder. Okay, now the way we have been able to implement this conditional statement is not the best. This is not the best one, because let's say here what it does is that if we don't have username, if we don't have the name or the user ID, then to give you this error. And at the same time, if we don't have, like, if let's say we have the name and then we don't have the user ID, then to give you the same error. Like also it just like if any of them like misses, then we're going to get the same error. So in regards to, let's say if you get an error, then like it's going to be difficult to know like where it's coming from, you know, because you're just getting the same error. You're not going to be sure if it's from the user ID or if it's from the name. So that's the downside of using that this conditional statement if that you've been able to create here. But that's just a simple way of making it, yeah. But if you want to optimize it much better and to make it more understandable and just make it more better, like can put in regards to, let's say like in regards to, you can just put the if for the name and if for the user ID, so as to know if maybe you get any error and you can be able to debug it much easier. So now in regards to here, let's also create a const here for here to be able like to control now in regards if you get any error in regards to creation of the folder, then if you get any error, then to pass it to this cache here, right? So that's it is for the create. And then now let's do another one for the part of the updating. So in regards to updating a folder, it's still the same thing, like just repeating. You see, you're passing the request, the response, and then you're checking the ID of the particular folder. Then here we're trying like to, you're passing again the name and the user ID, the request of body. If you don't have, then to give you this error. And then in regards to the updating of the folder, you're passing out await db.update folders, because the folders is, we're trying to update that folders. Then .set name, so we're trying to only update the particular part of the name, because you're not allowed to update the user ID because it's given dynamically by Clerk. Yeah, because you're using it for authentication. Yeah, so yeah, that's how it is. So .set name, and then where and passing the equals the folders.id. So checking the particular ID, because each folder created has a particular ID into it. Yeah, then you're passing the return. Yeah, still doing the same thing. If let's say there's if updated folder dot length is 0, then we get this folder is not found. Still the same way that we did in regards to, let me show you here. Where was it? Was it in getting? Yeah, it was in getting by ID. You can see here, if folder dot length is equal to 0, then we get the same message, which is folder is not found. You can see like the best thing about using Node is that like it's not very hard to use it, and you're just almost like repeating the same codes for each functionality, like a little bit of it. But yeah, so that's how we've been able to do it. And then now let's create now our regards to the cache, like that. So this is the cache, which is in case if let's say if in case like this part of the try fails, then to be able to be catched. Then let's now in regards to, that was the update. Now let's move to the part of the deletion. So you can see here you have delete a folder, export const delete folder, still passing the same request, and then response, then const ID, the request of params, and then we have the user ID, the request of body, still the same. Now here, first of all, in regards to checking, I say if there is no user here, if there is no user, then to say like the user ID is required, because like we're not supposed to allow someone, you're not supposed to allow someone who doesn't have the necessary permission to delete a particular folder, okay, or first of all, even they are not supposed to see that particular folder, because if they don't have the necessary permission in regards to the user ID, then yeah. So we are still doing the same thing. If delete folder.length is equals to 0, then we say like the folder is not found. That means if that particular folder, if that particular folder is not, like if you don't have that particular folder, then to give you this error, yeah. Else, if you have it, then it will tell you the folder is deleted successfully. And then like from that point, let's now move to the cache. Still, like this cache are just the same thing. I'm not going to say that. Now I think from that point you are through with our folder. So let me show you here. So in regards to the folder, so been able like to create now the particular part of the get all folders. Also have the part of the get folder by ID. Then you have the part of creating a folder, and then you have the part of the updation of the folder. Then you have the part of the deletion of the particular folder, right? Now let's now move to the part of the folder route. Now, this folder route, what we're going to do is this. And that's first of all to import all of them. So you can see we are first of all importing the get all folders, importing the folder get folder by ID, the creation of the folder, the updation, deletion, validation, note. Yeah, so from that point again, I want us now to do this. So like from this point, you're going to see like so we are using the router.get, that will be the folders.get all folders, router.get folders by ID, get folder by ID, etc. all of them. Like if you're not new to Node, I think you know what you're doing here. Okay, so right, for 1 second. Yeah, now also there's one thing I want us to do. It's in regards to the imports of these, some of these things here. Okay, so it's supposed to be Drizzle, and then like that. Yeah, I think like that is okay. So let's save the whole of it, and then I'll see if we get any errors or if everything is functioning okay. Then after we've done that, you're going now to try to test if they are working as required. Yeah, let's test it, but we're just going only to be testing only the part of the get. Yeah, I'm only going to be testing the part of the get. Yeah, because first of all, like I'm using like Thunder client for this part of testing. I'm using Thunder client, and yeah, the bad thing about Thunder client is, okay, the best thing about Thunder client is that it's usually very lightweight, but the bad thing is that you cannot be able, like, it has like some bad things about it which are not that great. Yeah, so but we're only going to be testing only the part of the creation. In regards to part of deletion and then updation, then what, like, you're not going to be testing only that part. Yeah, but obviously I know if creation works, then what I'm sure is those other one works. Okay, but you can test them on yourself using Postman, but I'm using Thunder client, so because Postman doesn't run in my laptop, so it usually freezes. So yeah, so let's see. So in regards to posting, like I've been able to run my backend. It is, let me show you here. So here it is. You can see like server is running on port 5000, and saying like the database is connected successfully. So that's why you're using here. It's HTTP, and then localhost is 5000, and then /API, and then you have folders. Now in regards, right now you're using posts, so that's why you're using this. So that is passing the name and the user ID. So in regards to the user ID, you can just include anything, just any random number, just for testing purposes, because this user ID usually it comes from the front end. Yeah, so from the front end, I'm going to show you like when you're doing that part of the front end, I'm going to show you like how we are able to know like the particular user ID. Okay, and it's coming from the front end and it's going to be passed from front end to the backend, but the backend doesn't know about that part. So right now you can just include some just random ID. Yeah, then you can give it like, let's say this folder, maybe it's for what can I say, maybe science notes, something like that, science notes. Yeah. And then you have the user ID, you can just include anything. And then so this is our route, which is localhost 500/API. Okay, let me show you here. So you have the folder. Okay, not that part. Okay, also like one thing I forgot to tell you, like you need like to be able like to import it into the server. Yeah, like previously I didn't show you that, so you can see how we have been able to import it. So we've been able to import it, that is import folder routes from that path, and then you have here below, so we have been able to include it. So you have the app.use API / the folder routes, right? So after we've done that, and then you can run it, and then it should function as required. Also, one thing before you test our API, I want you to come to the schema.js. There is one thing I had done which is not very great. So previously, let me show you what I had done. So previously we had this line of code here, this one I'll show you here. Previously you can see this line of code here above, which is importing varchar from Drizzle, ORM, MySQL, Co. First of all, you're not using MySQL, you're using Postgres. Okay, so I want you to remove that part. It's not that important. Also the same, also because like it's like a duplicate, because we cannot be importing varchar from like we're importing it above and then we're importing it here. So like it's like duplicating. So like remove that, the one from above, because you're not also using MySQL. Okay, just leave this on like that. Yeah, so make those changes and then you can save it, and then it should now work as required. And then after we've done that, let's come to now let's test let's test it. So here you have the final part, which is the folders, because if you come to here folder routes, so you have the folder like that. So let me show, let's now do the posts right now. Let's see. Yeah, you can see status is 201 created, size 194 bytes, time 3.57 seconds. So you can see like getting success, which is true. Message is folder created successfully. That's awesome. And then the ID is 2. Then the name of the particular folder is science notes. And then you have the user ID. So the user ID of that, and then you have the created art, and then you have the updated art. That's awesome, right? So after I've done that, so that is for the creation. But if you want to, I don't know, the reason I don't want us to do the get is because of one thing. So you can see, so if you want to get like a particular if you want to do the get, you can be able to include it. You can just do get, and then if you want to get a particular folder, you can do like that is 2. Let's say example 1 that I had created earlier. Then in regards to this user ID, you'll need to pass it in the header, right? If I'm not wrong. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, I think it's the header. Yeah, because right now if you try to run it, then it's going to give you a particular error. You can see saying the user ID is required. Yeah, so you can pass it like in the header, then you can be able to do the particular get. Also still the same for that is put, and also delete. You can just do the same. But what I know is if the crate is working, then the others are working. So don't want to waste your time by just repetition. Let's come to our notes controller. We're going to make the necessary parts. So let's start with our let's first of all import the DB. It's coming from, that is index.js. that imports the folder from that point, and also the generate notes. So again, let's do this. I want us to do this. So we're going to do export create notes. So what you can see from this point, so we are doing export create notes, and then it's an async function, obviously passing the topic dialect. Topic is the topic that the person like entered, in regards to the particular notes they wanted to generate, and then dialect, it was like the particular language they want the notes to be in. Then you have the folder ID, because remember, like each note need to be inside a particular folder. Okay, and then I'm passing the folder ID and the folder name. Okay, but I'm going to tell, like, the folder ID is the most important part. The folder name is not that important, but I'm going to see how it is. So what you're doing is that you're passing, so we're trying to get it into the from the request.body. Then you're saying like the user ID equals to request.body.user ID, then request.body.user ID. Yeah, so you're passing like so you're saying if there's no topic, then we're going to give the error topic is required. So here saying like if there's no user ID, give that error. The user ID is what required. Now again, here you're now going to include a try cache as I've done here. Let me do this here. So here you're including a try cache. So what this try cache does, let me finish it. So what this try cache does is first of all you're saying here, like, let first of all the folder ID that you're going to use we're going to use to be the folder ID, and here we're saying like if the folder ID to use and folder name, if there's no folder ID to use and let's say folder name, then folder then const folder is equals to await db.select, that is a particular folder. First of all, checking the folder name. That means if let's say we don't have the folder ID, then it's going to try to check the folder name. Yeah, because the main thing that with what we're doing here in part of creation is that we said that if we don't have a particular folder ID, if the folder ID is not given, then we try to check like the folder name, and then to try to derive or get the folder ID from the particular folder name, right? Yeah, so that's what you're trying to do. Also here, saying like still the same. If there is no folder ID to use, then it's supposed to give us this is supposed like to do this. That means like it's going to put that folder or that notes inside a folder known as general. So this general folder is created by default. This folder is created by default. You can see it's created by default. Yeah, it's created by default. That means that if let me show you here. That means this is what it means. So that means from this point that you are saying, so that means from this point it checks first of all, so that means like from this point, if we don't have the folder ID to use and if we don't have the folder ID to use, then it will try to look at the folder name, then derive the folder ID from the particular folder name. Okay, but let's say if that fails, then like, because this is a conditional statement, yeah, if conditional statement, so we come to the second part. Also, if you don't have the folder to use, because like you may have a name but you don't have the particular folder, right? So therefore that notes that is going to be created is going to go to a folder known as general. Okay, else if everything fails, then it's going to give us an error of no valid folder was found. Okay, no valid folder was found, and then it's going to, and then I'll be able like to include now the particular cache to catch the particular error. Yeah? Now after having done that, now let's come to this point. This point allows us now to include the part of the getting. Now in regards to getting all notes, we've just been doing the same thing that we've done like in the folder. You can see get all notes and then passing the, if there is no user ID, the same thing we did. I'm not going to repeat that. Also here we're trying to include a try cache. What this try cache does is that let me first of all finish it. So what it does is that you're saying like if let's say if we're passing first of all const that is the folder ID and the folder name as request.query, right? In regards to getting that, that part. Okay, so let query to be db.select from notes where notes is ID, then use ID. Yeah, so if still using the conditional, if folder ID, if there's folder ID, then you pass the query to be query dot where the notes, and then passing the, and then checking the folder ID etc. Else is going to check now the folder name, as I had told you earlier. So like what you're going to realize with this part of the notes is that it's going to do this. First of all, is to try to get the folder ID directly. Okay, if that fails, then it's going to try to check the folder name. Okay, then from the folder name is going to try now to get to check out in the database. It's going now to check now you can see from this point here. This is what that line of code does. So what is going to try is going to check now the particular folder in the database that is equal to that length, that particular name, and they are equal. Then it's going to try to derive now the folder ID from it. So those are the things that you're going to realize in this part of the notes. Yeah, so you need to keep that in your mind. Now let's make now the next part, which is going to be the part of deletion. So in regards to deleting, so this is what I've done. Like so we're going out like this just very straightforward. So we're trying to get like check the particular ID and then passing the request.params, and then we're doing like the const deletion deleted, and then passing the await db.delete const where not ID, then pass the ID, then returning if deleted.length is equals to 0, then give you this error, not found, else it will just be able to delete it. Yeah, so deletion is very simple. Now I want us now to move to the next part, which is going to be updation. So in regards to the updation, I'm going to just do the same thing, do an export const update notes. Like need to be able to update particular notes that is created. So and then I'm going to use a try cache, and then check first of all the folder ID. That, and then this point I'm going to, after having checked the folder ID, now in this try cache, so I'm going to first of all check the folder ID. Then if there is no folder found, then we're going to give out this error, which is folder is not found. But if the folder is found, then it's going to do this, that is the const updated, and then await db.update, then update the notes. That is, you can be able to update either the topic, the content, or the part of the folder ID. Folder ID means you can move the note from one folder to another based on your preferences, right? Where the note.id, then the ID, then returning it. And then here you're saying like if we don't have that particular folder, that particular notes, then it's going to give you this error, which is note is not found, like that. And then if you don't have, if everything now fails, let's say if everything fails, then the try is going to be null, and then it's not going to run anything because it's going to fail. Then going to come to the cache, so to cache any error. So here it's give out the message failed to update notes, right? Now I want us now to do in regards to the moving notes to folder, because let's come to this point here in regards to updation of the folder, updation of the note. You can see here you can be able to update the folder ID, because if you are able to update the folder ID, that means you have been able to move the notes from one folder to another, right? Now let's now do this. Here we're going to do this export const, that is move note to folder. Then you're doing like const ID to be request of params, and then const passing first of all the folder ID and the user ID. Very important. We don't want like anyone to move like any kind of folder. We want the right person to move the particular folder that they want, right? Or the particular note into a folder that they want, right? Now I've done this. I want us now to use a try cache, still the same. So I'm going to say in this try, let me finish it first of all. So in this try, okay, this is the try, and then let me finish the cache and then explain that. Now in this try, what you're trying to do is you're going to do a const note, which is await db.select. So it's going to, what it's going to do, we're going to try now to select the particular note, and if let's say if that particular note doesn't exist, I'm going to give us the error note is not found. Then this what we're trying to do is that it's going to try to, like, we're going to check now the particular folder. Okay, if the folder doesn't exist, then we need to get the error folder is not found or unauthorized. Okay, because like remember we're trying to move like note from one folder to another by changing the folder ID, right? So if we don't have note to give us the error, and then this what it does, that if you don't have the folder then to give out the error, you're just trying to check and select it, right? Now again here what you're trying to do with this, if let's say if the note, what you're trying to do here, you're trying to check now the folder ID. If the folder ID is the same as the one that you are trying to move, then to give out the error note is already in that folder, right? Okay, but if everything, if all of those now, or if all those if all of those conditional codes, like, they don't apply, then we're going now to come to this part of the updated. That means we're going now to try to change the particular folder ID, right? So you can see from here, you can try to be able to change the particular folder ID that you want. Okay, now after I've done that, now if everything is successfully and I have been able to update or move the particular folder, then to give out this note is moved successfully. Okay, else if everything fails, error as always. Okay, so that's everything in regards to moving the folder. But also I want us to do one last thing here. This is not supposed to be model, it's supposed to be this. Let me show you here. It's supposed to be Drizzle, then this supposed is it Drizzle really? Yeah, Drizzle. Then also this Drizzle. So great. And then great. So I've been able to do everything. So I've been able to create now the particular part for creation of the nodes, for part of the getting all the nodes. But let me tell you, this in terms of getting all the nodes, it only gets the nodes that are as per the user ID. Okay, yeah, and as per the particular folder. And remember, like in this part of the folder, they were using the particular ID. So a user who doesn't have the particular user ID, they cannot be able to see that other part. Yeah. Now I want us to do something else. I want us to know to create now the particular nodes router. Very simple. This is what we're going to do. So we're going to start first of all by importing. One second. Let's import this. So we're going to import Express, and also importing like those ones for which are coming from nodes folders. Then another thing we're going to do now, let's now create a particular path here, like this, like that, and then so that it becomes router, and then like that, express router. So first of all, yeah, in regards to generating of the nodes, so in this part of the router post, so we have this part of the generate nodes, that's to then passing out the create nodes, then the get for getting all the nodes, then the deletion for deleting the nodes, and then you have the part of the put for updation of the nodes, then you have the part of the patch for moving node to folder, right? Okay. After we done that, now let's include that in our server. Then we're going to try to run and then see if everything is going to run okay. So after we've done that, now I want us to import the node structure which is coming from that part, and then we're going to try to put that right. Yeah. So after we've done that, now let's save it. Just Ctrl S or Ctrl KS, save all of this, or come here and save it as me manually like that, because that's how I like it. Then let's see if everything's gonna run okay. Okay, so as we've run it, let me look at how it is. Yep, I think everything looks okay. You can see it from here, you can see it from that point here, you can see here. So server is running on port 5000, then the database is connected successfully. Yeah, so now let's do this. Now let's test our, but remember this, like as I told you guys, like I'm only going to be testing only the part of the posts, okay? Because personally I know if my posts are working, then I'm pretty sure my gets are working and all the other ones are working. But if you want to test it, like you can do that. You can either use Postman, use under client. That is as per you, okay? But right now I'm going just to be doing I'm only going to be testing the posts only, okay? That's just my preferences, because I don't want to waste you guys with a lot of code operations that are necessary. because I realized that you guys like don't like a lot of this. Like I made another video about this part of the code, but you guys didn't like it, so it performed really bad. So I don't want to waste a lot of time. I don't want to waste your time a lot. Okay, yeah. So here in regards to, so here's going to be API, then slash, let's look at it here. So it's going to be API, and then you have slash notes, right? And then after that notes, let's look at it here inside, and then you have generate notes, right? So then we first of all copy this generate notes, control copy, then let's come to, then that will be notes, then like that. Okay, so and then after I've done that, yeah, okay, before we do that, I want us to do this. Let us copy this user ID, because we're going to require this user ID. Okay, just to copy that, then can do this. Let's come then copy this. Good. So this was not folder 1, this was folder 2. Yeah, like that. Now if we try to do posts, we're going to get an error. Do you know why? First of all, you don't have one thing. Let me show you. I'm going to get an error. Let me show you why. Then I'm going to tell you why. We don't have like the Gemini API key, so you need to get the Gemini API key. So let me show you the error you're going to get here. Everything is okay, but you're going to get an error. So let's move. Let's just try to get the Gemini API key. Let's move to. Let me show you some here. Schema.js. Then here, so what were we getting? Yeah, this one, Gemini API Key. Just come here and then control copy, let's paste it here. So if you want to know how to get the Gemini API, let me show you a very quick way of doing that. Very quick way of getting the Gemini API key. So I can come like somewhere here. Then let's say is it getting, let's say yeah, let's say generate Gemini API key. Is it get or Gemini? Hold on. But we're going to get, and I'm going to show you very quick. I'll get a Gemini API key. So it's between this, the first one or the second one, but the second one is the one that is direct. This one for AI Studio, the one that is going to take you directly to that place. That's what you want. But also the first one will lead you to there, but it's not the one, not going to be direct. So let me show you. Great. So from this point after done this, we're going to come like we're going like because like I've created like a couple of API key using Gemini, so like that's why I'm being taken directly. You can see it from this point here. Like I'd already logged in. You can see there it is. There is my email etc. So if you're going to be taken somewhere like this, okay. So if you get errors in knowing how to get the Gemini API key, you can check also my previous videos, like the ones that I was incorporating AI into it, especially like Gemini API Key, Gemini AI. Or even if you don't get to understand you can ask ChatGPT to explain to you how you can get the Gemini API key, or even you can watch some other YouTube videos from some other great YouTuber guys like me. And then you're going to be taken somewhere like this, and then you can press this part of the create API key. Then you can come somewhere like here. If you can then come here, you can then select the particular one that you want. Let's say example this. Then after you've done that, you can say create API key in existing project. You can press that. Generating. Then you're going to copy it. Good. Like that. After you've done that, let's come here. Then I'm going to come here. Then paste it. That's our Gemini API key. Then we're going to return to a schema. I think everything right now is going to function properly because you're also using the .env, so I believe it's going to be able to access it here. So from this point, let's just save the whole of it. Control S, Control KS, and then save the whole of it. Okay, so let's see here. So this one is sending an okay. Let me try to stop it by doing something. Okay, let me try to start it again because this one is having its own issues. One second. Let's do this one here. Let's use this one. Yeah. So as you had said, let me first of all, like after I had made the changes, let me make sure that everything right now is working. Okay. Okay, so here you're getting an error of failing to generate nodes. That is from the previous one, but let it restart again. So I know the reason why it's failing to generate nodes is because you can see here you have invalid API key. So the invalid API key was because like previously we didn't have like the Gemini API key. So let it so our service is running, so let it run. Then after it's complete, after it completes, again I'll try to see if it's going to function or so you're going to get an error. So let me so you had, so it was this nodes and then generates like that, and it's not going to be a get, it's going to be a posts. And then here just copy this one here, or let's come here then and use something. Okay, still running. Okay, I want us to do something here. That's okay. So here it is. So I've tried to post it, and then I'm getting, you can see here we're getting now the particular notes. Notes, here it is. But the issue is, like, we only have one issue. So the issue is that we have one issue. So the issue is that right now, like I've made some changes on this schema.js. I want you to look at this schema.js. Okay, like example, I've been able like to import this EQ and that is because here in the, let me show you here, and to close this like that. So because here, if you come here here in the export generate nodes, you're going to realize that there's very few changes that I've made, and yeah, you can come and then look at it, compare it with yours. Like I'm going to put the link to the codes there below. You can get this one, but if you want like all the codes, like you have to pay for it. But if you want the one that you've been able to make here in this part of the tutorial, and just check it out. Okay, So after having done that, what you can do is this. Sorry for that. After having done that, what you can do now, let's test it and see if it works. So here we have tested it, and then you can see here it works. Now let me try to generate now another nodes. Okay, here you can see here we are still using the same folder, which is folder 2. Okay, and then you're passing now the particular user ID. Then the dialect is obviously English, and then you're passing machine learning basics, right? Okay. So here let's try another thing. You can just pass anything, let's say maybe something like just for testing purposes, let's say data structures. Yeah, so that is data structures and a logarithm. Also, let's change also the dialect from English. Let's change it to Hindi. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but let's change it to Hindi. Then you're going to say folder, let's leave it as 2. Then the reason why I want to leave the folder as 2 is because folder 1 has a different user ID, but I can't remember the particular user ID. Okay, so yeah, so let's try. I don't know if it's going to work, but let's see if it's going to work. Let's wait some seconds, and then we're going to see. So after you're through with the notes, we're going out to do the part of the quizzes. Then if you're through with the quizzes, and then we'll generate now the flashcards. Or shall I finish only the okay, we're just going to only finish the quizzes, or we're going to finish the quizzes and then the flashcards. Then after you're through with the quizzes and the flashcards, then we're going to test them appropriately. Then after having tested them appropriately, then you're going to do what? After I've tested them appropriately, then you're going to, for testing, I'm going to do the front-end etc. So you can see here we have been able to generate now the codes in Hindi. Been able now to generate the notes in Hindi. You can see very, like, I don't know Hindi, but I have a lot of guys, a lot of my viewers are from India and Pakistan, so I know like they are able to understand this, but I don't know what it means. But I believe it's the correct thing, because the AI cannot lie, right? Yeah. So after I've done that, I want us to now come to our quiz. So we're going to do the part of the quizzes controller, and then yeah, we're going to continue. So let's come to the quiz controller, then do the necessary. So here in the quiz controller, so we're going to start just the same way we've been doing. So we're going to start by first of all importing first of all the DP, then those ones from the schema, and then the DG from Drizzle, then the Google Generative AI, and then the DHNV. Then now let's start with first of all initializing them. Also in the part of generating the quizzes, first be able to generate the quizzes, then function for generating the quizzes. Okay. So we're going to include here the try cache. So this try cache, what it's supposed to do is that first of all we're going to say this. So we're going to try to fetch like the note that you had created earlier from the database, and that note that you had created earlier, just as this comment that I've included here. So that note that I had created earlier, we're going to try to fetch that note. Okay, then from that note, then you're going to try now to make the quizzes from it. Yeah. So here what we're going to do is we're doing this. If we're saying this, if there is no note, then return status of no note is found. Okay, if example, because like let's say if you don't have any notes, then it's going to just return that message. Yeah. Now the particular prompt that we tried to give like Gemini API to generate is, example, this like generate 3 multiple choice quiz questions based on these notes. Yeah, like the particular notes you're talking about is the note that you had created earlier that you are referencing, right? So the format that particular quiz needs to be is in this format that I've shown, that you can see here on the screen. So you have first of all the question text, and then you have the options. So you have option 1, which is A, and then option B, C, and then D, right? And then you can have maybe example, correct answer maybe is A. It is based on the particular correct answer, right? Now in terms now of the after we have done that, now if we get the results, so we're going to say like const results equals to await model.generate content. So, and then in regards to now the particular part of the response text, I'm going to put it now to that will be results.response.text. Now and again, like the particular results that you can get from Gemini, like if you realize very well, let me show you even here in the HTTP that you had done. If you realize very well, you are going to realize that here, even if you look at this, you have like this the notes that you had generated earlier. Realize that you have these things like this, the question, this the quotes. Okay, let me show you here. Here we have like this the quotes here. We have these we have these stars. These stars are not supposed to be like, but these stars usually like represent things that are like maybe that are like maybe bold, or maybe like their titles, etc. Yeah. So what you're going to do here, let me turn, that was the quiz controller. Let me turn to it, and then now in this quiz controller, what you're going to do is since you're going to get it as a JSON, so we're going to try to make sure like the response the text match like as per this. That's why like this line of code is here, like to ensure like if we have those stars, it is here like they can be able like to be manipulated like accordingly. Okay, so again you're saying here if there is no JSON string, then it needs to return like the error failed to pass the AI response. Okay, now and then also the same, like first to ensure like the data is valid, we need to like to say like that those particular questions and the particular answers, like they need to be in an array, so as to know like if it's an array. If it's not an array, then you can say like you're going to get an error, invalid AI response format. Okay, so the response from the AI, like it needs to be an array. That's why you're doing that. And then first be able to check like if example of deletion of existing quizzes. So await db.delete the quiz or quiz.noteid. So this is the main thing with this is for deletion of a quiz. Like I don't know if you can be able to remember earlier, whereby if you delete a particular note, then the quizzes and the flashcards, the etc. are being deleted, right? Then for us to be able like to insert a new quiz, we're using this to be able to insert new quizzes, because remember like after you've generated quiz, after you've been able to do a particular quiz, you can either redo it or can either generate new based on how you want. Like you even can refer to our previous video, right? So you've done that again. Now let's include now the cache for caching of any errors. Now that is for that part. Now let's now move to the next part in terms of getting the quizzes by notes ID. So here we're just doing almost the same thing. So we're doing const that is note ID, passing the request.params, still using the try cache, whereby const quizzes goes await db.select from quizzes that, and then selecting the particular note ID. Yeah, and then in regards to, let's say if there is no quizzes based on this, if there is no quizzes, then we need to say like no quizzes found for this note, then passing the particular cache for catching of any errors. Then in regards of deletion of a note, just the same, passing the particular note ID, because if you want like to delete a particular quiz, then you need you can just pass the particular, you can delete a particular quiz by passing the particular note here. Yeah, also still the same. And if everything goes well after in this try cache, if everything goes well, then to say like the quiz is deleted successfully, or like else to just give you like no quiz was found to delete, if let's say if there is an error, right? Also still like cache for just catching of any error. Now another part that you need to include is the part for saving of quiz results. Okay, because if you remember like when you what we are doing is that after someone does a quiz, that quiz is saved automatically. Okay, like they don't need like to press something or something, like it is saved automatically in the database with their credentials, so as to be able to differentiate the results of who is who. Yeah. So after I've done that, again, so I was saying like const note ID, like that. So I was saying like here the const note ID, and then request params, and then here we're passing in regards to the saving of the quiz. So we're passing first of all the user ID, passing like the quiz ID, then you're passing the score that they got, the total questions, and also the correct answers, right? Now in regards to the try, so we're going to say like something like const not exists, then we're passing out if const not exists, then we're checking the database. If there is no note that exists, then it's going to give us this error. Else then it's going to come to this point. So if there is no quiz that exists, it's going to say quiz is not found. Else, if those two conditional codes don't relate, then we're going to not be able to save the particular results here, because you cannot be able to save a quiz that doesn't exist, or cannot be able to save a quiz for a note that doesn't exist. Like, it doesn't make sense here. So that's why, like, even when you're saving, you're passing first of all the user ID, and also you're passing the note ID. You're passing also the quiz ID, the score, the total questions that they got, and lastly we're passing also the correct answers. And then, like, after you've done that, like, if in case there's any issues, then all those the above conditional statements are the ones that are going to be executed. But if everything goes well, then you're going to get this text which says the quiz results was saved successfully. But in case of anything goes wrong, then that cache is going to try and then do the necessary. Yeah, so from that point, now let's get in terms of getting the user quiz results. Yeah, now this part of the getting the user quiz results, this one is for I'm going to use it in regards to that part of the study history. Okay, in the regards to study history. So first to be able to get to know or get a quiz result for a particular user, first of all you need to know like the particular note ID that they are referencing. Okay, and then after we've known the particular note ID that they're referencing, also we need like to know the particular user ID that they are talking about. Very important, right? Now after I've done that, so in this try cache, so we're going just to check now our database. We're going to come to still in our database, so it's going to be await database.select from the quiz results. So quiz results is our table where the quiz results.user ID, and then the user ID, like, and then the user ID. Yeah, let me show you here, where it equals the quiz results and then note ID, and then passing out the particular note ID. And then if anything goes wrong, then I'm going to pass now the particular cache as record, right? So from that point, I think we are through with our quiz controllers. Yeah, I don't think there's all the imports are okay as per me. And then we've been able to make like this part for generate notes, generates quizzes, sorry. Then you have the part for get quizzes by notes ID. We have the part of delete quiz by note ID. We have that is the save quiz results, and then lastly you have the get user quiz results, right? Now after you're through with our quiz controllers, now I want us to move to that is the quiz routers, right? Just to move now to the quiz routers. Now here in the quiz routers, you're going out to import all of them. So I'm going to import all of them from the quiz controllers file. Again, now let's now put them like that. So first of all, you have this part of the get all quiz results, which is in /results, and then you have the part of generate quiz results, which is in /note ID /generate, and then you have the part of the get quiz by note ID, which you're passing out the note ID. Then now we have the delete quizzes by note ID, passing also the note ID, because for you to be able to delete a particular note ID, then a particular quiz, then you need like to know that it's note ID, right? Also still passing here the save quiz results, also /notes ID /results, also the get user quiz results /note ID, then /results. Great. So now let's also add the routers into our server, and then you're going out to try to run and see if it's going to be okay. So let's import it like that. Is it like that? Great. Also do Control S, and now let's see. Let's see if everything is gonna run okay. Then I'm going to try to test it. Let's just wait a little bit. Okay, as it's running, can be opening maybe our localhost preparation of running. Right. So let me see. So we've been able to include everything. So what we're going to do right now, let's test now our these are quizzes, if the quizzes works correctly. So I'd previously done this. Yeah. So what we're going to do is this. So in regards to testing, so we're going to be using still the localhost 5000/API/quizzes because if you come to, for those people who don't know, but if you already know, you can just skip ahead. So we have the API/quizzes, okay, API/quizzes, and then after /quizzes, so we will come to this quiz routes, and then for posts, which is the one for generating. So after we include now the quizzes, then we are going to now include now the particular note ID. Okay, for our case, you are going to include note ID 1 because I think you have I don't know 2 or 3 notes that we've created. So you have notes with ID 1, 2, 3, and for our case, we're going now to include we have included now ID 1. So here you have note ID, and then you have generate, right? So let's just come here again. So we have that one, API/quizzes, the one that was in the server, and then the one that is in the quiz route. So this is the note ID. So note ID is 1, then /generate. Okay. So and then after doing that, now pressing the post is the quizzes that you got. This is the quiz you're getting. So you can see here, quizzes generated successfully. That is the message. Now the first quiz this is the first quiz with ID 1. So this is the first quiz. Which of the following best describes the core ideal of machine learning? If you remember very well, the note 1 was dealing with machine learning, the questions. Then you can see here you have the questions. And then it also given the correct answer. That means after we select our answer, then it will tell us by comparing the answer that you had picked. Also question 2 here it is. Also question 3 that it is. Now let's try to do this for the note 2. Note 2 I think was the one for algorithm that you had created, the one that you had created using the Hindi as the language. So let's see if obviously I expect to get the quizzes as in Hindi as well, but let's see and see if it's going to work. Few seconds, but I believe it's going to work. So let's see and see the questions, if the questions are going to also be generated as in Hindi. If it works, then you're going to be through, but I'm not going to test all the other ones. Yeah. So I think the backend, this part of the quizzes is going to be the last part that you're going to be doing today. And yeah. So the next part I think is going just to be in connecting the front end and the back end. One second. Don't know why it's taking a lot of time. Let me check and see if everything is working okay. Oh yeah, okay, it has been generated. So if you come here, going to see so the message getting quizzes generated successfully. Then you have these questions. So you have this question number 1. Okay, I don't know. This is supposed to be data structures and algorithm. So you can see also the correct answer is C. Also you have here this question. Okay, I think this is the big O notation. I've just known about it based from this, the big O notation and all that here. Then you have this part here. Yeah, so it looks pretty much okay. So I cannot say it's bad. So what we're going to do right now, so as I told you, this part of the quizzes is the last part that we're going to be focusing on right now. And yeah, so because I don't want to show you in regards to the flashcards, because personally I think in the way I've been able to generate I think the questions, okay, I think the way we've been able to manipulate the quiz controller, the quizzes codes, I think they're almost the same as the one for the flashcards. So I think if I show you the flashcard, I'm thinking like I'm going to be wasting time, but if you want the codes, remember I'm going to include the codes there. But if you want the full access of the codes, like I'm going to include the code there, but you're going to pay for that because they take time in making this video, yeah. So you can appreciate me by doing that. So yeah. So also another thing that we're going to do right now is let's just now try to make our front end. Let's now make our front end. I think you're through with our backend. If in case there's anything, I'm going to talk about that later. So let's now make our front end. So as always, okay, as always, I'm not going to use I'm going to use Vite. Sorry, but that's just my preference. I like using Vite. So let me do this. So one second. We open Vite. One second, it's taking a lot of time opening. Okay. So let us wait a bit. Okay, not Marcel. For you to be able like to start your a new React project, so what you need to do, like first of all, come to like this for those guys who don't know how to start a new project, because like in my tutorials, like I like to think like there are three kind of variety of people. There's some people who are beginners and don't know anything about it. Then you have like some people who are intermediate, like they know like how to do everything, and then there's people who are expert, the ones who are usually like come to the comments and then tell me like how I did something wrong or what, yeah. So like right now I assume like maybe someone who doesn't know how to start a React project. Like, so first of all you can do this, but if you know how to, you can skip. You can just skip or use the timeline to be able to skip to the next part. Yeah? So this is how you do it. So come to Vite. So come to, that is vite.dev, as you can see from here. And then what you can do is first of all you're going to be using the npm create Vite at latest. So come to Vite, and then make sure you come to the section of the get started, and because we are going to be using the npm create Vite at latest. So do this, like just copy that part and then just copy it, and then come to your terminal. Now in this your terminal, just like in the particular folder, and then just paste that there, then just follow everything, and then you'll be able like to create a new project. Okay, that's for people who don't know anything regarding it. Yeah. Now in regards to, if let's say like if you have like after creating now the particular Vite project, now let me tell you the things that the particular, what is it they called, the particular dependencies that you need to install. Okay, so these are the particular dependencies that I want you to install. Let me show you here. So these are the particular dependencies that I want you to install. Before that, let me first of all close this. Before that, like since you're going to be using like for styling, we're going to be using, let me show you. Okay, so like since we're going to be using Tailwind CSS for our, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS for our styling. There's some things I want to show you. So in regards to first of all setting a Tailwind CSS, so this is what you need to do, because I don't want like to start showing you how to do everything because it's going to take a lot of time. Okay, so first of all, like you need to be able like to do an npm install Tailwind CSS. So as like this is going like to help us to install like the Tailwind CSS like just using npm. Yeah, and also again now you need to initialize it using the init -p like this. Okay, so you need first of all to install and then initialize it. Very, very important. Okay, after you've been able to do that, now a particular file known as Tailwind config.js will show itself up. If it doesn't, then you can create it on yourself. You can create it yourself. Then make sure like to include this. You can just copy this. I'm going to include like the link to. Let me first of all even share it so that I can be able to share it to you guys. 1 second. So like I'm going to put the link to this part. I'm going to put it in the description below. So like if you want to know anything regarding it, like make sure to check it out. And yeah, so if you just want to know anything more about it, so I'm going like to put the link in the description and make sure to check it. Also like in your Tailwind config.js, make sure like to include the particular code that I've been able to show you guys. And now even in the index.css, like there are some things that you need to include, like this particular Tailwind base and then Tailwind components. And then lastly you have the Tailwind utilities. You can just copy this and include it. I'm going to show you like practically like how I've been able to do it. And yeah, so those are the main things that you need to do. But again, there are some dependencies that I want you to do. Okay, so there are some dependencies I want you to install, which are these. Let me see. Not this. Okay. There are some dependencies I want you to install. Don't worry, I'm going to put a link to in the description. I don't want this part here. Oh yeah, I don't want the whole of this one here. The reason I've removed that is because like those are just repetitions, and they like those ones are installed when you create React. Those ones are installed. Yeah. So there's other. So I don't want here. First of all, like this point to this, then yeah. So what you can do is this. You can do this npm install, and then we have @clerk/react. But this part of @clerk/react, like it's not a must for you to install this one first of all. I'm going to show you how you can be able to install it, but you can just remove it still. Let's just remove it. Okay, so what you can do is this. You can just do this npm install. We have @daily -co/daily.js, and then you have Axios, very important. You have face API, the JS. You have OpenAI. You have the React. Okay, this React is not really important here. Also, this OpenAI is not that important but in this project, like I was planning to use like OpenAI and Gemini, so we can remove also this OpenAI. It's not that important, but you can include it if you want. If you're using OpenAI, you can just include it, but I'm not using OpenAI. I'm using Gemini. So we have React Confetti. You have React DOM. React DOM, really? React Router DOM. React DOM, I don't think it's important. It's supposed to be React Router DOM. Nope, then it's not important. Then you have the React icons, you have the React Markdown, you have the React Media, you have the React Media Recorder, React Router DOM, React Toastify, React Use. Yeah, so these are the dependencies that you are going to install them. So yeah, I hope you can be able to see all of them. Okay, but don't worry, like if you think I'm going very fast, I'm going to put the link in the description. What you need to do, just come copy it and then come to your particular front end, paste them, then they're going to be installed. Okay, you just paste them like that, and then they're going to be installed. Simple. So we've done like the dependencies and then how to get started. Now another thing that I need to show you how to do is getting the Clerk. In regards to getting the Clerk API, very important. Okay, so if you don't have Clerk account, create one. Now if you have one, let's create another one here. Let me show you how to create another one. Okay, so this is my personal account for React. So for Clerk, come here. Then I'm going to try now to create now another one. So like I have a couple of projects here. Oh, let me show you first of all. So let me see. So let's now give it the particular name that you want. You can just say what can you call it? I don't know, YouTube LMS, something like that, anything like that. Then we're going to be using let's just use Google, but can give it any that you want, but for tutorial purposes and for simplicity, let's just use Google. Then press the create, then let it create. So like the reason as to why I was telling you not to install that at React at Clerk React is because of this. Let me show you here. So here, come and then choose your particular that you want. Like for us, we're going to be using like React, so we're going to come and then pick React since it's like the framework we're using for our project. And then after you pick React, let me show you one thing. After you pick React, and then like okay, let me show you here. So and then you're going, yeah, you can see here, like here we're installing like Clerk, and then you have Clerk React. So you can just come and then install it from here. And then you can just copy it, then install it in your front end as required. Okay, don't use this. This one is for creating like a project completely from scratch. But still the same. If you don't want to use Vite, or if you want to use Vite but you don't want to go through all those processes, you can just come and then install it from this point. Yeah, it will work the same as just installing it using like that Vite command. Still works the same way. Okay, like there's no harm done. Then come and then copy this API because that's what you want. Then we're going to come to our project. Now in this project, what you're going to do is like there's some changes I've done. This is a clean project. First of all, like I've made a new file. So we have this file known as a .env file. Now with this .env file, we're going now to paste now that particular Clerk API, not API, like Clerk secret public key. Yeah, public key. Like let me show you how to use. 1 second. Okay. So as it's opening, so like what I did is that after I got everything, I just removed all the codes, and yeah, I'm going to show you like every and each one of them, but I removed everything because we're going to be starting from scratch. And also actually we're going to be starting with our landing page. 1 second as it's loading. Yeah, so that is that is my Clerk that I'm currently using, my Clerk publishable key that I'm currently using. Okay, so that's how it looks. Okay, so like what I've done, like I've created like this part, like I've deleted like the previous components, and also like I've made this pages folder here. So in this pages folder, I want us to put another file here. This file I'm going to name it as landing page.jsx. Landing page.jsx, like that. Yeah. Yeah. So here is where like in this landing page.jsx, where we're going to include like all the necessary codes for making of our landing page. But before we do that, I wanted to show you like how to ensure like the Tailwind CSS, like how to ensure like how to show you like how to 1 second. I wanted to show you like how to make sure like your Tailwind CSS is functioning. So let's do this. Let's come to 1 second. let's come to this Tailwind onto here. One second, my laptop is hanging, so please pardon with me. Pardon me, sorry. So let's open this tailwind.config.js and to show you something here. Now in this tailwind.config.jsx, you're going to realize that this is the code that I had told you earlier that you need to include into that, like so as to be able to ensure like Tailwind is able to be detected and to be used appropriately in your project. Yeah, so you need to include that in your Tailwind CSS. Also, let's come to the package, to the postgresql config.cjs, because you're using JavaScript. Yeah, so also you can get that part of the postgresql the config.cjs, so make sure to include this particular part of the code. Yeah, so important, it's also important. And then after you've done that, so remember first of all you need to install the postgresql, and then you can if the folder is not created, then create it yourself. Create yourself, and then you can just copy these codes and then put it there. So I'm going to put the link to the particular codes in the description, and you can be able to access this whenever you want. Yeah, so also let's come also to the index.css and just to add something into there. So in this let me show you one second. You can see, so in this index.css, this is what I had told you earlier to include. As you can see, the main thing that I told you earlier to include was this part of the Tailwind base, and then this Tailwind components, and then Tailwind utilities. Yeah, but I've been able to add this part of the index.css just for allowing for flexibility, and just to be able to arrange those particular components and features. Yeah, so but this part from this part of here, there's index, this part, let me show you. So this part from here, the bottom, it's not that important for CSS for Tailwind to be able to be detected. The most important part is that from the upper part, that is the most important part. Yeah, but if you want to know more in regards to how to install Tailwind, you can check out my previous videos, or even you can try to ask ChatGPT to assist you, or even you can check any other videos that you feel are going to be great for you. Okay, I don't want to make this video regarding to be about Tailwind CSS. So let's move on. So after I've done that, I want us to do this. Let me move this too. So now I want us now to come to this index, this landing page.jsx. So here is where we're going to include everything regarding the landing page. So let's start first of all. So we are going to first of all start by importing first of all the React, then they use navigate, and also we're going to import some of these icons which are coming from the React icons. And some of the icons they're importing are, first of all, you have the React icon, first of all you have the FA YouTube, so, and then also the FA microphone, you have the FA file PDF, and also the FA brain. Yeah, so those are some of them. And then after that, you're going out to also import the sign in, sign out, and the use auth, which are coming from the Clerk, and then Clerk React. I think we had installed that before. Also importing the logo, which is coming from that path. Yeah, and I had forgotten to tell you also, we had these assets that I had included. You can check them out. So these are the assets that I had included. Those are all the images that I had included. You can check them out, and I'm going to put also the link to the folder in the description below, so that you can check them out. Also, another thing that we're going to do here is I want us to also now include a particular function, which is landing page, and also including now we are also trying to now use navigate, and we have included here a particular part of the use effect. That means in our landing page, also obviously we are going to have that buttons for signing in and signing up. So if someone signs in, then they'll be able to be taken to the particular dashboard route here. And then from here we will be also including the part of the handle start learning. That means if you press that particular button for starting learning, then you'll be taken to the the appropriate sign-in page. I'm going to show you like how we are going to make that button, so don't worry. So let's include here the button for getting started. I think you had seen those particular two buttons like previously when you were starting. So those buttons, like when you press the first button, you're going to be taken to the sign-in. Then when you press the second one, you're going to be taken to the sign up, like respectively. Also, another part that you're going to include now is the part of the. Let's now include now a particular body for this application. So we have this particular div that we've included, and we've given it like this. Let me do this. And we've been able like to give it like these styles. So we have it has a minimum height of screen, and then you have given it a font to be sans, and then the background is going to be gradient of 2b, and then from gray, that is from 900 contrast to gray, that is 800 contrast. Yeah, then the text is going just to be white. Yeah, so we've done that. Now let's also include now a particular part of the navigation of the header, because like remember we're going to let me just explain to you in details, but you can check out also the previous video when during the demo. So we're going to have obviously the header, going to have the hero section, also going to have the how it works section, the CTA call to action, that is CTA, and also have the part of the testimonials, and I think lastly the part of the folders. Yeah, so those are all the parts you're going to make. So first of all, then in this navigation header, this is what you're going to include, right? So here in the navigation, let's now include the particular part of the nav. So as you can see, like this very simple thing, just common JS. Like I don't want to waste like your time by starting to write this because it's going to waste your time. So what we've done is here we have this navigation, this nav, and in this nav we've given it like this style. So first of all we have fixed, and the top is 0, and then we have left 0, and then right is 0. We have z, which is 10. Then the background is going to be gray of contrast 900. And then the background opacity we are giving it of 90, and then the padding y is 4. Yeah, and also still like here inside this nav, like as you can see we have this button which is get started. You have this button here. Inside this button you have the text get started. So when this button is pressed, it's supposed to, let me show you, when it's pressed, supposed to take someone to this path / sign up. Yeah, then to be able to like tell someone to sign up if they haven't signed up, etc. Okay, now this is the part of the header. Also you can see here you have now that particular logo, the logo that we are importing from our assets folder. So like that is the part of that is on just the only part that is going to be there. Then now let's go to the hero section. The hero section is going to be a very simple part. Now in this hero section you're going to have like different kind of things. So first of all you have this part of the hero section. We're going to have different kind of things. So we're going to first of all give it content. Then in this part of the content, inside this hero, because you're going to have like particular part of the content. So in this content is going to be in this form. So first of all you're going to have this kind of styling. So inside in this div, let me first of all make it better. That so inside now in this part of the hero, like in the whole div, we are giving it a we're giving it to be up in container. Then the maximum to be auto, and then you have the padding x to be 6, and then you have the text to be centered. Then the margin bottom of 12. And then like inside that part here also we have like this particular part of the header. So we have the header as Tesla mind. Then this Tesla mind have been able like to also give it this span here, as you can see. Been able to give it like this span. Let me try to increase my font so you can be able to see it properly. Let me try again. Yeah, I think like that's okay. So as you can see here, like we've been able like to do what, like to add the particular part of the span. Or is that maybe I've increased it too much? Yeah, I think like that is okay. Yeah. So we have this part of the span where it has like the text to be blue, then style giving it so this part of the Tesla mind here in this part of this span. So we are giving it a font size to font family to be of Comic Sans, and then text shadow is like that. And then it's going to obviously have a transform of rotate, that is -2 degrees. Then display is obviously going to be inline block, yeah. And then like inside the particular div, also we are giving it a particular, that is paragraph. So this paragraph here, you can just come and then copy that paragraph. I'm going to put the link in the description below. And then inside this paragraph also you have like another div. We have this other div here. Let me show you here. We have this other div. Now what this div does is, first of all, it has like 2 buttons, yeah, the 2 buttons that I told you earlier. So we have this get started button, from which start from this point, and then also we have this, okay, this start learning button, then this get started button here. Okay, so with these 2 buttons, like when they are pressed, they are supposed to take you to the particular route, to the particular path appropriately, yeah. So you can also see how, like, we have not really done a lot of things here, like very simple things that you have done here. Okay, so when those 2 buttons are pressed, now they are supposed to take you to a particular the particular path, yeah. So let's do that, and then you can just save that. Then let's go to the app.jsx. Let's try also here to import, that is the landing page. From that path, and let's also include here the routes, right? Like that. So we have this part of the route, and then you can also include here. So we have this part of the route which points to the default or the index part, and it's going to be, when we point to the particular index part, we're going to obviously like render this the landing page. Okay, also from what we've done, this also you need like to let's import also router from DOM, and also and also Clerk provider from Clerk, like that. So I think after we've done that, everything should run okay. So let's save it and try to run. So do Control S as you want, and then now let's look now in our project and see if everything is running as required. Okay, so it's running. As it's running, let's do it. As it's running, we can continue like with our landing page, and as it's running, yeah. So it's running. So let's continue with our landing page. Now after you're through with the hero section, I want us again now to come to this part, because I want us to also include now the particular part of the YouTube video section, because like remember, after the particular 2 buttons, you're going to have like a particular video that's going to show like the how to use the particular product that we are building, right? So now let's look, it is running. Let's look at it here. Okay, so I think everything is running okay. Okay, let's wait for it to finish because I don't want to waste your time. So here in the YouTube video section, we're also going to include now this particular part of the code, which is going to do this. Let me show you here. So, 1 second. Laptop is hanging, so yeah, I'll just have to get used to it. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Okay, it's hanging a lot. So let me show you if. Okay, let's see. Also, okay, so it's optimizing the dependencies changes, so reloading. So it's first of all it's reloading itself. So let's just wait and see. Let's wait. Then yeah, that was an issue. So now in this part of the YouTube video section, so we have been able to include this particular part of the div. Now this div is like you're going out to inside this div you're going out to include now the particular part of the video URL. So first of all we have now inside this div here, okay, first of all you have this like a container kind of div, yeah, with a particular width which is full, the px to be 4, and then in medium devices we are saying like the px to be 8, then in large devices px is going to be 16, then you are animating it to be a fade in, then delay is going to be of 300, yeah. And also you have now this part of the div. Now you have this part of the div. Now inside this div we have an iframe. So like they like with this okay, with this div is going like to be like the outer styling of that particular iframe, and then now we have now the particular iframe of how it's supposed to be, yeah. So this iframe we're giving it a class name of absolute, and then it's going to be top 0, then left is going to be 0, and then the width is going to be full, height is going to be full, and then inside the src you're going out to include the particular YouTube that you want, yeah. You can just include any YouTube URL that you want there, and then it's going to be able to show it as required. So the title we're just giving it as Tesla Mind AI mod demo, but you can just give it any name, like it doesn't matter that much. And then inside, in terms of the allow, we are just saying here is going to be like accelerometer, and then we are saying autoplay. That autoplay, and then you have the part of the clipboard right, and then you have encrypted media, and then you have the gyroscope, and then the picture in picture, yeah. So let's see if everything is working. One second. Let me try to look at. Let me try to inspect it and see if everything is working okay. No, I don't see if we have any issue. Oh yeah, we have 4 issues. Okay. So there's an issue in regarding to how we are rendering this part. Okay, but you're going to come to that part later. So let's first of all finish learning page. Like I like to go like systematically, finishing one part and then starting with the other part. Like I don't like to move from one part to another. So after I through with this part, so this is what this part does, and then we're now going to create now another part for which is going to have a scroll indicator. That means like below that particular YouTube video, you're going to have an icon that is like a scroll bar, like a scroll bar or a scroll icon that is going to be animated respectively, which is going to have particular styles, and is going to tell someone like, hey, they can be able like to scroll using that particular icon. Also now in that particular scroll indicator, going out to include a particular div. This div you're going to give it a class name. First of all, you're saying like absolute is going to be bottom 10, and then the left is going to be a half, and I'm going to give it a transform to be transform, and I'm going to give it a translate of x and then a half animate. And then inside it, I'm going to include an icon. This icon is going to be an SVG icon. So like this icon, like first of all, I'm going to include the link to the to all the codes in the description, so that I can be able to check them out. But this SVG I just included here is just that SVG for the drop down, not really drop down, but for that icon that I was telling you, the scroll icon. So you can check it out, and then I'm going to include the link to that to it. Yeah. Now, also another thing I'm going to include also is this part of the features section. Like below that scroll, you're going to have now the particular features. So here in the features, I'm not going to code it because everything is very simple here. So yeah, we are just like what we are doing is we are just like we are just repeating codes here, because let me show you here. First of all, you have this part. So we have this feature section, and then you have this, it is inside. So now we have like this container for section here with a padding y of 20, and then giving it a background gray of 800, right? Now also we have now inside it a div. Now this div has the container. We have the maximum of auto, and then the padding x of 8, and above it you have now the h2. Now this h2 has the text key features, and inside it you have now the particular divs. As you can see, like this div, like you've been able to repeat them, like they're just repetition of everything. Because then now inside this div, we have first of all we have the first div which has a grid, then you have the second one which is a grid column of 1, and then you have the in medium devices it's going to be grid of columns of 2, and then in large devices you have a grid, then you have the column of 4, and then you have the gap of 10. Now inside that div, now we have the particular feature 1. Yeah, so you can see the first feature is AI powered notes, very simple. Then you have the P, which is the part of the paragraph, which now has all the necessary paragraphs that is for feature 1. Then in this part of the feature 2, you have this part of the audio to notes, and then below it you have now the paragraph, which is in regards to that's audio to notes. And then you have now the feature 3, like which is also the YouTube notes, and it is also has the paragraph in regards to that particular feature, like all of them. And if you realize very well, you're going to realize that all of them have the same styles, like, but there are some exceptions in regards to, let's say, maybe when we are like naming some of them, but like most of them have the same styles in regards to the particular divs, those particular divs, and those particular like height, and those particular paragraphs. Yeah, like they have the same styles. That's why like I say, it's just a repetition. And then all of them have been like put together using the particular part of the section, right? Now after you're through with that particular part of the features, you're now going also to include now another part, which is how it works section. So the main aim of this part is going to show us how the particular application works. So this is how I've been able to make it. So in this particular part of how it works, also I'm just going to have a particular part of the section which is going like to cover like all of them. And just the same as above, we're going to have like we have like this div. Now this div is the one that covers all of them, and then you have a h2. So this h2 where it has the text, how it works, like that. And then also we have like, let me show you here, we have this part of the div, another div here, which has a flex, and then you have the flex column, and then medium devices is flex, and then row, and then you have a justify to be center, then items, which is going to be center, and then you have a gap of 10. And then now inside it you have now this div with a class name of that is width of full, and then medium device is going to be width, and then a half. Then now we have the particular image, right? Yeah. And then the particular image, it has the particular source. So in regards to the image, that particular image URL, I got it from Unsplash. But also if you want to get like those free images, you can also look at it, or maybe like, let's even if you can go to is it Pexels? Yeah, they usually have like there's a lot of free online. You can also include just also another image, an image just from the folder, like from the folder. It's still okay, but also you can check it out, like there are a lot of free images on Unsplash or Pexels. Yeah, on Pexels. You can just copy their URL and then include them here. Okay, so also another thing that I want us to do, Now below that you have now this particular part of the div. Yeah, you have this part of the div, and then in this div, inside it now we have this part of the div, which shows like the particular, which now shows the particular how it works. So how it works is, first of all, we have this part of the h3, which shows like upload or record. Then you have this part of the paragraph, which says like what you need to do. Then you have the second part, which says like AI processing, whereby like the AI is supposed like to process like your inputs, and then the paragraph which gives you like the details of what you need to do. Then you have now the next part, which is for generate the study materials, and then still the same, like this part you are repeating a lot of things. Yeah, like first of all, like I know you might be wondering like, why am I not coding with this part? Like this is just a repetition of so many things. Yeah, listen, so I'm going to, like, if you're a beginner, like I know like this may piss you off, but if you know, if you're like if you know a little bit of React, like you know, like coding this is going to take a lot of time, and I don't want to start coding with it because it's going to take a lot of time, and I don't want this video to be like very long. And yeah, so let's also continue. Apart from the how it works section, now we have the part of the testimonial section. Also this part is going to have a lot of repetition parts, because like, yeah, it's going to have a lot of repetition. So here it is, first of all. So we have included it, we are giving it like almost the same thing that we have done with the how it works, and also the same thing we had done with the features section. First of all, you are wrapping it inside this particular part known as section, and inside it now we have a div. So as you can see, like we have the same div or another div, yeah, but they're the same. You can see like that div has still the same style, which is container, maximum to be auto, then px to be 6. I think let me show you here how also we have done that for the other ones. You can see here also for this how it works. You can see very well, like it has the same styling. You have container, and then maxima, that is mx, the maximum to be auto, and then px 6. Let me also show you for the features section. Yeah, that's why like I'm telling you guys, like we have a lot of repetition here, and I don't want to waste your time with a lot of that. Okay, so you can see here also in the features, container, then mx to be auto, and then px to be 6. You can see, I hope right now you can be able to see like what I mean, right? Now after I've done that, let me try to explain to you what you are doing here. So we have this part of the testimonials, still the same div. Now we have this h2. This h2 has the text like what our users say, very simple thing, very simple styles there. Now inside also, like not inside, like now in that the same div, we have now another div. We have now another div. Now this div is the one that is going to have is going to contain our testimonials, right? And this div has a class name of grid. You have grid to be columns, and then median devices is going to be grid to be columns, then gap is going to be 10. And then now we have our first testimonials. Okay, now our first testimonial has this div, and then you have the class name is going to be background gray of 700 contrast, and then rounded is going to be XL, and then the padding is going to be 8, and then have the relative. And then below it now we have that other part of the div. So this div is of absolute, and then you have a negative top 5, and then left to be a half transform, then you have minus translate x, and then a half, right? Then below it you have now that particular part of the image. So that image is just pointing to a random image. So what's going to happen is, like, for you to be able like to get this image, as I told you sorry, for you to be able like to get this image, as I told you, you can use so many things. Like you have first wall pixels, you have Unsplash, or you can just use any service that you have online. So to be able like to get this particular free images, or even much better, you can just put it in the folder assets, then be able to import it and then use them here. Still allowed, yeah. Okay, so here also you have this particular part of the div here, which is Tesla, which has this paragraph. Then I've been able to include that particular part of this particular part here. Then you have the particular part of the height of the h2, which says now the particular name of the particular person. Then this part of the paragraph, which says now the particular occupation or the role or the career of that particular person. Now if you realize very well, you're going to realize that from this point of the div here, like they're just the same. Like it's just the same. Like I've just done it the same way. Like I've done it like in this testimonials 2, 3, etc. The only thing that I've changed is changing the name, the occupation, and then also the image and the particular paragraph or what they're saying. Yeah, so I've done that, and then I've been able to paste it like 3 times. Okay, so I don't want to waste your time by doing a lot of this repetition work. So after I've done it, after you're through with the testimonials, this is what I want us to do. And us now to go to the part of known as the CTA. The CTA is now the part known as the call to action. So the call to action, this is what you're going to include there. So in this call to action, it's going to also have this part of the section. It's going to have a padding Y of 20. Then the background is going to be blue of contrast 900, and then you're going to have a div. So this particular div, like, I want you to realize like one thing, like this div, like you're just following almost the same format that you've been doing also on those other sections, which are those previous sections, yeah. And shockingly, we have the same styles. Okay, we have the same styles. So the reason why I included the same styles is just to be able to make it more simple and more understandable for you guys, and I hope like you think it's more easily understandable. Yeah, so also you have the same styles, you can see, and then below each now we have the H2, which is the H2. You have the ready to transform your learning, and also you have now the paragraph. Then you have now the particular button. So this button says like, hey, get started for free. Then you have like a paragraph which says like, hey, no credit card is required. Very simple, very easy. So that's all in regards to the CTA, in regards to the call to action. You can see. So now after we're through with this call to action, now let's include now another part that is very, very important, the footer. So let's finish with the footer, and then we'll be able to be through with our landing page. So the footer is going to be very unique, but it's not going to be very difficult with anything. So this footer, you can see here, we have now the same, which has background of gray of 900, padding white 10, then you have the div, the same thing we've been doing. Then the div there is of container, and then you have the maximum to auto, then the px6 here, and then inside it now we have now this other div here. Inside it we have this other div. So this div has a class name of flex, and then you have flex to be column, and then you have in medium devices you have flex row, then you have the justified between, then you have the item center. Okay, and then now inside that div, because that div is down like that wraps everything, inside it now we have another div with a margin with an MB of that is margin bottom of 6, and in medium devices you have margin bottom of 0. Now the H3 is going to, the H3 are giving it a H3 of H3 with a text of Tesla Mind AI. They are giving it a paragraph. So paragraph is revolutionizing the way you learn. Then below it now we have now another div. So the div has a flex, and it's going to give it a space of x6 right, like that. And then below it we have that is the A tags. Like I think if you're here, I think you've been able to interact with HTML, and you know like those tags in HTML. So this is almost the same tag, the A tags, found similar, like they're just almost the same as the ones that are found in HTML. So those are the ones that you're using here. And then you can see we have a href. So first of all, you have not included like any particular path to where it's supposed to be. That means if you press it, it's going to just be like, it's not going to lead anywhere, right? So you have now that particular Facebook icon. You have also like part of the Twitter, then also you have the part of the GitHub, like that. And then that's how the div closes it. Now inside this part also you have a very simple thing being able to include here. You have a very simple thing. So here we are we have now this part of the div, which has a class name of margin top of 8, then you have padding top of 8, and then you have the border to be T, and then you have the border to be gray of 700 contrast, and then you have the flex. Also you have the flex to be column, and then imagine in medium devices you have a flex of row, and then you have justified between, and then lastly we have the item center. Okay, now inside it also you have the particular part of the paragraph. Now this paragraph has the class name of text in small devices, and text in that is in gray, text to be gray in like contrast of 400. Okay, and also I've been able to include like a particular part of the copyright text there. And one thing that I did, I want you to look at this. So at this point where we have under copy, new date, get full year. So what this does is that it's going to be updating itself based on the particular year. Okay, so that means if right now we are in 2025, if we go to 2026, it's going to like, let's say if you have the same application, we're using the same application, it's going to update itself based on the particular year from the system. Yeah, like it's going to update itself, and then it's going to put like something like copyright 2026 Tesla Mind AI etc. Okay, so that's the part of the new, that is the function of this part of the new date, then passing the get full year like that. Now below it also we have now the particular part of the very necessary or very important links. First of all, you have the privacy policy. Also you have this part of the terms of service. You also have that part of the contact us. So these are supposed to be links, so when you press them, you're supposed to be taken to the particular path, so you can be able to see how they are functioning. Okay, so after being able to do that, now let's now include a particular CSS. Let's now include our particular CSS. These CSS are going to help us in regarding to the animations. You can be able to check them out. So let me show you here. So the first thing, you're going to load them just as styles. They're just going to be shown in terms of they're just going to help in terms of styling. Yeah, so we have added it here. So you have the add CSS for animation, and you have the style JSX, and then I think like here at keyframes, so it's going to be fade in, and it's going to be from opacity 0, then transform is going to be translate Y, it's going to be 20 pixels, and then I'm going to say to opacity 1, then to the transform is going to be translate of Y0. Okay, also another part of the styling that you've added is this part of the animate fade in, and then here I'm saying like animation to be fade in to be 0.8 seconds, and then ease out is going to be forward, and then you have the part of the dot delay 100, then we have the part of the animation delay, which is 0.1 seconds, and another part is the part of the delay 200, which has the animation delay 0.2 seconds. Then last part you have the delay 300, animation to be 0.3 seconds. So from that point, I think we are through with everything. I think we are through with the landing page. You can just save, but one thing we need to do is let's fix our app.jsx, because right now, like the way we are using the router is not appropriate. Okay, look at this part of this. So like previously we were just including, like we're just putting like the router directly, but like I had forgotten, like it needs to be like inside the routes. Yeah, so I've been able to include this part of the routes, here. Yep. And also another part that I want to show you guys is this. I also like include this part of the code, which means that if someone goes to any path that has not been included into the app.jsx, or any path that doesn't exist, they'll be just taken to the default or the index part, which is the landing page part, right? Yeah. Also another part that I want us to include, saying also if you save that, I just want to do Ctrl+S and then save all of it, and then come to, let's see how it runs. One second. Okay, let me show you this. Okay, everything is running okay, but you have some issue here. You can see, one second. So the issue on the console is that when receiving true for an boolean. Okay, that's not that bad. Or even another one we're getting is regarding to Clerk. Okay, those are not very big problems. We're going to solve them later. They're not very big problems. Okay, so I've done that. Like this, our application now looks. This is how it looks. To look at it, yeah, you can see how it looks. Okay, not perfect, but it looks okay. Yeah, it looks okay. Yeah. So after being able to do that, now let's, when we press this part of the getting started, I want us to be taken to a particular path for us to be able like to, yeah, you can see that when we're pressing it, what to be taken to signing or sign up part. is like it's been cut short. Yeah, so let's implement that path appropriately. So let's come to here. Let's come here. So I want us to include now some necessary things for the signing up. So the first thing you're going to include first of all is this. I want us to include first of all this part of the redirect to sign in, and also you're including this redirect to sign in. So that means the route path is going to be /sign-in, and then we have this /sign-up. Okay, because like we had included it. Let me show you here. 1 second. I don't know why it's taking a lot of time. Yeah, so if you come here, you're going to realize that if you come to those, let me try to go to the top part and show you something that we had done. Now if you come here, you're going to realize that we had included like the sign in and the sign up, those routes, but we had not included it in the app.jsx. Okay, so that's the reason why we are trying, like why we are including it here. Okay, so right now we've been able to include it. Also now we need also to do this. Also in regards to, we're going to have like a particular part for signing for the particular part of the sidebar. I'm going to include our sidebar later. Let me just include it here first of all. 1 second. So let's include here the particular part of the sidebar. Server.js. Okay. That. So let me show you here. Let's turn to the app.jsx. I'm going to deal with that part later, because when someone like signs up or signs in successfully, then they're taken to the dashboard which has the sidebar. Okay, so what you're doing here is I've been able like to include this part of the sign in. That means like not anyone should be able to access the sidebar until they've been able like to sign up or sign in appropriately. Now another thing that I want us to include is in regards to this part of the route. So this part of the route, first of all, we are including here the part of the route for signing up and signing in. Okay, so first of all you have this part of the dashboard, also you have this part of the direct sign in or sign up, but here let's also include this part of the dashboard which is going to be in the pages, this part of the dashboard. So let's include it here. Okay, so let's include that dashboard like that. I'm going to put that later. Let's turn to the app.jsx. So this part of the route, what you want is that after someone signs in, then they'll be taken to the /dashboard. Okay, that /dashboard, for someone to access it, then they need to have passed now through the sign in, or also the redirect. This redirect here, this part of the redirect to sign in, also needs like to. That means if someone can be able like to sign up if they want to or not. Okay. Now after this point, now let's import also this part. Also while importing the sign in, the sign out, and the redirect, they're coming from Clerk. That's where we're importing all of them. Okay. Also from this point you can just save and see how it's going to look. So let's import those sidebar and the dashboard appropriately. Now let's save all of them, but I'm going to get an error because first of all we have not like included anything in sidebar and dashboard. So let's include them and then let's see if it's going to work appropriately. Let's first of all comment that. Let's save. I've been able like to comment like this part of the sidebar and this part of the dashboard, because we still don't have anything inside them, so because they'll throw errors. So after saving it, let me show you how everything is supposed to be. Everything looks the same, but let's see if Clerk works or not. So our main aim is to see like if Clerk works. So let's try to press this part of the get started and see. Yeah, you can see like no Clerk works. So like previously we had created the project known as YB LMS, and here it's how it is. So now let's try now to create an account and see if everything's going to work or not. Also, in the meantime, let's also open this. Okay, before that, let me show you. Let's try to, first of all, let me do that. Then continue. In the meantime, you can open like our Clerk so as to be sure if the user has truly been registered or not into our application. So let's now open the Clerk. So that would be Clerk. So let's look at it. Okay, let's move to the correct project. This one also another project, that is this IBL. Okay, let's look at it. Okay, let's wait for it to finish, and then I think let's wait some seconds. In the meantime, also let me refresh this part because I'm sure like it has been created. Let me just refresh, and then you can see if it is or not. Go to sign up successfully, because if you go to the index file, to the index path, you can see I want you to look at this part here. You can see like you're being directed to the dashboard. Okay, so let's now make this dashboard part, because I think we have been able to sign up successfully. Now let's move to Clerk and then refresh here. Then you're supposed to see that user that has been made. Yeah, so let's just see, 1 second. Yeah, you can see here. So here you have that user that are like this is the user that has signed in using these credentials. Yeah, so everything is okay. Now let's move now to our dashboard. Yeah, so let's come this point. The first thing you're going to do is this. So let's uncomment this part here. And then let's move to this part here. Let's close this landing page because you're not going to need it, and then let's close the .env. Just want to remain with the things that you're going to need. Okay, so the sidebar can remain like down. Yeah, it can just remain. Problem. Also in regards to the sidebar, you can just put some. Let me show you. I just do R A F C E. Okay, I just wanted to put like that particular skeleton. Yeah, this skeleton. If you don't like if you have done RAFCE and this part has not shown itself, then you can install the I think the React framework, if I'm not wrong, in this part of the extensions in VS Code. I think it's React.js framework. Can't remember it very well, but yeah. So let's just include that in the sidebar. So at the same time, that means let me show you here. That means that at the same time, let's also uncomment this part of the sidebar. Good. Can save it. After we've done that, now let's come to the dashboard. So here in the dashboard, you're going to include everything regarding it. Like, it's not a lot of things, but let's start. But before we begin, like, I want to remind you something that we had done previously. So let's do this. So in this components, in this components folder, I want us also to now include now some other three files. So the first file we're going to make is known as the header file. So that will be the header.jsx. Then another file we're going to make is this one known as the note view. So that will be the note view.jsx. Then lastly, we're going to make now another one which is known as the notes list. Nice. So the purpose of these three files that you've added is that in this dashboard, first of all, we're going to import header. So we're going to have that header there, and then this part of the note list is going to display all the notes that you've created there. Okay, and then when you press the particular note, it's going to be taken inside, and that one is going to be the work of this note view. Okay, so those are the three things I've done, and all of those are going to be found inside this dashboard. Okay, so let's start. So first of all, in this header, you can just do an RAFCE. Let me come here, do RAFCE. Also in this one here. Okay, so after we've done that, now let's concentrate now on the header, because the header is what you're concentrating right now. So first of all, we're going to import something. So first of all, you're going to do this just to make now that particular function. So the function you're making is the function known as dashboard, and you're giving it this div of flex, and then flex to be column, and then it is going to be full. Now let's import the React. Also, let's import the header. Header is coming from components header, and then the notes list coming from that path still, and also the notes view. Another thing you're going to do also is importing now the route and the use location. So I think you know the works of the route and the routes. I don't no need for me to say again. Now the work of the use location is going to help us in regards to, do you remember when you were making the backend, for us to know the particular folder we are making, the particular notes is made in which folder, we are going to be using the use location. So the use location is going to try to get the particular folder from the URL. Going to try to get the particular folder name from the URL, and then after it gets the folder name, to try to run it, then to be able to identify its ID in the database, and then use that as the folder ID. Have you understood that? Yeah. Okay, so from the point also, let's import this. let's also import the use user from Clerk, and also the navigate. So the new use user is going to assist us in regards to that one is going to assist us in regards to in regards to keeping like data integrity, so that like your data or your information will not be displayed on another user's information, right? Okay. Also at the same time, like we're just going to use it like most of it in that. Also have the use the navigate. Like I think you know the work of the navigate, so no need for me to repeat that. So now let's also include now this part of the use. Let's now use the use location. Also here we're saying like const is not detail page, so that will be the location dot path name includes /notes. Yeah. Also you are doing like a const that is loaded, and you have now is signing in to be equal to that particular use user. Okay. Also another part that you're going to include also is this part of the just checking the loading. That means that when you sign in successfully, now in the dashboard you're going to get a loading effect, which is going to show like, hey, you are trying like to fetch data from the database so as to be able like to display it correctly. So there's the function, there's the work of that. Now we're going to be using this if also for that part. So the work of this if is just for checking if its loading is true or not. That means if it's not loading, then to say loading like that. Another part is for just checking if we've been able to sign in or not, because we just don't want anyone to sign in here. So it's going to check here this. If it's signed in, we are supposed to, like, if it's not signed in, if it's not signed in because of that exclamation, if it's not signed in, then we'll be taken to the /sign in page. Okay. But if you've been able to sign in, then you're going to be just let to go to that dashboard, no problem. But if you haven't signed in, then you're going to be taken to, if you haven't signed in, then you're going to be taken to the /sign in page, so that can be able to sign in successfully or to be signed in. Now let's now move to inside return. Now in this return, what you're going to do is this. I want us to start by first of all saying include now the particular part of the header. So we're going to say like if it's not detail page, if it's not detail page, and then show the particular part of the header. Yeah. And then another part is for the part of the div, whereby which is going to contain all the part of the notes item and the notes view. So this part of the div is just giving it a width to be full, then maximum width to be 7xl, and then the max is going to be auto, and then the px is going to be 4, and then in small devices you are saying a padding x of 6, and then the flex is going to be 1. Then I'm going to give it an overflow of auto. And then now inside that div, we're going to include the particular routes, right? So those routes are the ones that we're going to say that I told you we are going to include for the notes view and the note list. Okay. Now now let's have the part of the first route, which points to the note list. So as I told you, this note list, its function is just to display all those notes. Okay. Now let's now also have another one for this note list. That means in this part of the note list, the path is /folder name. Okay. That means if you go to any folder and then that particular folder name, if you go to the route folder and then /any folder name, still the notes list are going to be displayed there. Okay, based on I think this we have done it like in our backend, based on if you have like the permission to see them, to see it or not. Okay. Yeah, so that's what it is. Now also let's do also the same thing in regards to the note view. Let's first of all start by including now the part of the note view. So you have like that is the route path, and then that will be /notes/id, because each note created has a particular ID. Okay. Now let's now also do the same in regards to the folder. So we are saying like, hey, route path /folder/ the particular folder name /notes/ the ID of the particular note. Okay. Then we're putting out the note view. So from that point, I think you are through with the part of the dashboard. Up to there. Now from this point, since you are through the dashboard, I think the next part that you can be able to cover like is in regards to the notes lists, right? Yeah. In regard to the notes list or the sidebar, I'm going to think about that. So well, let's just do the sidebar first of all. Yeah, let's do the sidebar first of all. then we're going to come to the note list later. That's just what I feel. Now let's move to the sidebar and make those particular changes as required. In the meantime, you can just save everything so that you can see how it's going to look. And then let's look at it. One second. And also we're not supposed to get any error. Let me look at it if it does. Okay. Now let's start first of all let's start making our sidebar. Okay, so first of all let's start making our sidebar using first of all by importing the necessary things. So we're going first of all to import that is the React. From React the use state and then use effect, also importing the necessary icons. So importing like those use navigation, use location, which are coming from React router DOM. Then lastly you have the Axios, and then the user, the use user is coming from Clerk and at Clerk React. Yeah? So another thing that we're going to do here is now let's make our function. So our function is going to be called known as sidebar. Then after we've made the function, what you're going to do is I want us to first of all now put the necessary states. So like example we have this one, the const is new folder model open, because and then set is new folder model open to use state false. Then you have the folders. So the first one is for the creation of the folders, but like initially you're just setting it to false. Then the second one is for folders, and then you're saying set folders, and then use state is going to be general. That means that like, do you remember like in the backend we had made like another manipulation in that if no folder was selected for if nodes missed a particular folder name or folder ID, then what you are doing like is you are putting it in a folder known as general. Yeah, so like it's used there. So you have another part for the new folder name, setting the set new folder name, the same as that. And then you have the another one which is this loading, then set is loading, use set to be true. And then you have is sidebar open, then set is sidebar open, use set to be false. That one is we're going to use it most importantly when in regards to responsiveness when in small devices. And we also have another part for navigate, so using the use navigate. Another one which is very important, so also still for the use location. Also another one is for check if the user is logged in or not. Okay, now let's start by the first part which is in terms of toggling the sidebar on mobile devices. Okay, so that means like you're going to say a const toggle sidebar, and then you're going to be passed now the set is sidebar open if sidebar is not open. Okay, another part you're going to do again is in regards to like closing the sidebar when in small devices. Yeah, so we're going to use this use effect, and you're still going to call that is the sidebar open, and inside it you're going to have this. So we're going to say const handle click outside, and then I'm going to pass the event inside it. So that will be const sidebar, and then the document.get element by ID, then passing out the mobile sidebar, the particular mobile sidebar, then the const toggle button, document.get element by ID, and then passing out the sidebar toggle. These are just common things that are taught in JavaScript. So if you know JavaScript, I know you know what I mean, but if you don't know them, I don't know what you're doing here, but sorry for that. Okay, so also we are using a conditional statement. That means if sidebar and is not sidebar dot contains event dot target and toggle button, and is not toggle button dot contains events dot target and is sidebar open, then it's supposed to say like set is sidebar open to be false. Yeah, so those are all the conditions that needs to be implemented. Those are some of the conditions that need to be implemented in order for the sidebar to be open or not. Yeah, okay, when in small devices. Now also we're going to include now a particular part of an event listener, which is going to like listen in terms of handling clicking outside. And now let's return. Also in terms of the return, we're going out to say document.remove element listener for mouse down. Yeah, so these are just element listener in regards to how the mouse will be moving, like outside or inside. Yeah, so yeah, but in regards to the sidebar. Okay, yeah. Now another part you're going to do is in regards to the closing sidebar on route change for mobile. So that means in mobile devices, so what you're going to use, you're going to use a use effect like that, and you're saying like set is sidebar open to be initially false. And then you're going out so that you can know like it's a new route, you're using the location.path name. And still also you're going to try also another one for in terms of fetching folders from the backend API, because remember in regards to us, like in regards to the sidebar, what it does is that it fetches the folders, then it displays them, and then it displays them. And also in the sidebar you are able like to create a new folder, and then in this folder you have now the particular nodes which are inside them. Have you understood? Like that. So now in this part of the fetch folder from backend, so you're using a use effect, and inside it you have this const fetch folders. Still it's an async function, and here what you're trying to do is that it will only fetch folders if that person is logged in. Okay, like if you're logged in, then it's going to try to fetch the folders if you're logged in. But if you're not logged in, then obviously you're going to be taken to the sign in or to the sign up for you to sign up or sign in as required. Okay, so this part is just for this use effect, just for checking just for fetching folders from the backend API, right? So after you've done that, we're going to also to include now another fetch. So this fetch, what it does is that we're now putting now the particular the backend API endpoint, which is going to try now to fetch now the particular folders. So you're including it in a try cache. So in this try, first of all, you're saying like it's loading, first of all, to be true. Then you're saying const response to be await fetch. So you're going to try to fetch that, and as you can see, like obviously like you're passing the user ID, because first of all, like having the user ID is very important, because you cannot fetch a folder like for a person that doesn't belong to you. So you need like to be able to have the necessary permissions required to fetch that. Yeah, so you're doing like const data to be await response.json. Now below it you're going now to include now the particular part, the conditional statement in regards to the try cache. So you're going to say if data is accessed, then let fetch folder to be data.map folder and then the folder name. Okay, also now in terms of ensuring that the folder is always present and fast, so you're going to say if there is no fetch folders dot include, then it's going to be general. That means that like if we don't get any folders, then it's going to just include them into general. Yeah, so also another part is after you've done that in regards to fetching, we are also going to go in regards to the part of creation of the general folder if it doesn't exist. Yeah, so that means that if we are not able like to fetch, because like remember I told you like this part of the general, what it does, like if you don't have any folder, then by default you're going to get a folder known as general. Okay, because that default folder known as general is there by like if you make any nodes and those nodes don't have a folder ID, that's where they're going to go. Okay, so that's why like we are including here if there's no fetched folder, and then dot include then the general part. Okay, and then now in this in this conditional statement below it, you're going to include now this try cache, which is going now to try also to fetch now the particular general folder. So we are saying like await axios.post, and then now that is http localhost 5000 API, and then you have the particular folder. Then the name we are saying is general. The user ID that will be user.id. Then you're saying here the fetch folder to be general, and then fetch folders like that. Then after I've done that, Now let's include the cache, which is going to try to just be able like to try to handle anything in regards to any error. Now after we've done that, I'm also going to say, like I said, set folders, and then include now the particular fetched folders that we're including. Also here, since it was a conditional statement, because you can see like previously here above was saying like ensuring the general folder is always present. That is also this is like an if else statement. So here we're including also the else statement. So we are saying here in the else, so we are saying here like in the move, in terms of moving general to the front if it exists also in the array. That means if you have like, let's say if you have like 10 folders with different names, okay, even if a name starts with A, because like how we've been able to make this is that like those folders are going to be arranged in regards to their alphabetical orders, okay. But even if you can see like general start with a G, that means that even if any other folder starts with an A, then general is going also always to be at the top one. It's always going to be the first one, yeah. It's always going to be the first one. That's what we're trying to move, say here. So in regards to moving the general to be in front if it exists also in the array, okay, because the way like these folders are being like gotten from the database or from the backend, they're being gotten as an array, so it's always going to be at the front, yeah. So now in regards to now here also we're including here another else, and here we're saying like console.error if maybe like, let's say if folder data, if maybe there's an error in regards to the folder data structure, then I'm going to pass now the particular data. Then I'm saying the set folders to be general, and then general that is in terms of the fallback, and then another part for catching, if in case like, let's say if we have any errors in regarding to getting the general, then it will give us now, it will try to catch the error and then also give us the particular error for solving it, yeah. Now finally, after through that, so we're going to say finally set is loading to always be false, yeah. Now let's now come to this part of handling the create folder. So in regards to create folder, we're going to check if the user is signed in before creating folder, because we don't just want any user to create folders, yeah. So what you're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to check first of all if the user is signed in. So we're going to say if user is not signed in, or there is no user ID, then we're going to say, hey, please sign in to create a folder, okay. And then we're going to include now the particular part of the return. Else, let's say if new folder name.trim, and then we're going to say if there is no folders dot include new folder name, and then we're going to give it this try cache, which is going now to try to post by creating a new folder, yeah. So you're going to say in this try cache you're going to say const response await access.post, and then this particular backend API endpoints we are using is the localhost 5000/API/folders, and then you're passing now the particular name of the folder, then you're passing also the user ID. Very important, like the reason why we are passing the user ID is so that you can know if the person has been logged in. Also at the same time, just for credibility of data, because we don't want like mixing of data for different people, yeah. Also in terms of they're like below the try cache, just inside the try cache, you have also another conditional statement which will check if the response data and the response data is success, and then that is if response data and response data of success, then we're going to say set folders, then we're going to use a spread operator to be able like to spread the folders. There's new folder name, then passing out the set new folder name, then we're going to use now again set his new folder name, set his new folder model open to always be false. Also we're going to use also an else statement, that is in case if everything fails, then I'm going to just say like failed to create the folder, okay. Then I'm going also to give out the particular error, or in case of that, if let's say if we get an error in regards to creation of folder, but it's not like in regards to creation of folder, then it's just going to say an unknown error occurred, okay. Now below the try we have now the catch for catching of any issues. Then now we have now another else. This is a nested if else statement, okay, a nested if else statement. So we have else again. So in regards to an alert, let's say like if everything goes well, then it's just going to give us an alert, a folder is created successfully. or if everything goes wrong, let's say like if you've created a folder that exists, then it will give you the alert like the folder has already been created, okay, or it already exists. Now in regards to handling the folder click, now when you click a particular folder, you're supposed to be taken to /dashboard/folders, okay, /folder/dashboard/folder, and then including now that name of the folder that you had created, okay, because if you click a particular folder, then you're supposed to be taken inside it so that you can be able like to see the particular nodes that are found in there, okay. Now now another part that you're going to do, like I think you had seen when someone was clicking outside, when someone clicked that app title which was above there, they were being taken now to the index or to the default part which was the slash, yeah, the default part which was slash. So this is what is going to assist us with that. So we're going to say like const handle title click, going to navigate you to the index part, and then we're going to say like set sidebar to be open, and then we're going to pass now the particular false inside it. Now here also we're going to say const handling upgrade click. That means if you click the upgrade button, then we're going to be taken to the route upgrade, right? So and then again, regards to function, like in regards to checking like the sidebar elasticity, I'm going to say like here const close sidebar. Then I'm going to pass now the set sidebar open to always be false. Then in regards to getting the active folder from the URL, just getting the active folder from URL, this is what you're going to say. So you're going to say like const match, and then passing now the location dot path name dot match. Like, do you remember I told you like location, it's the main thing in regards to location that you are using, was just to assist us in knowing like the folder name that you are making, yeah. And then if you know the folder name, then we'll take that folder name, and then we'll be able like to pass it now to the database. Then the database will be able to give us, will be able to spit for us like the particular folder ID that folder name exists, and then that folder ID is the one that you're going to use, okay. Now here, like what you're doing is you're saying like const match, and then passing out the location dot path name dot match. Then consider that point, and then slash folders, and then that point which is going to now try to see and or catch like the particular folder name that we are using, okay. Then here we're going to say like return, that is match, then including a decode URL component, then that is match, and then passing out an array of the index 1, or else is going to be just null, okay. That the main thing, that just to check the active folder from the URL, okay. Now in terms of also of checking the active folder, I'm just going to say get active folder from the URL like that, so that to be able to activate it. Now like remember when you are pressing now the particular, when you're pressing now the particular folder, then I want it like to like that part of the loading, like, or when you are getting particular part of the, when you are getting the particular part of the folder, then there will be a loading kind of effect, okay. So you're saying here if is loading, then you want this, so you're including here a return code, and then here in the return code, obviously we're passing like the particular divs for that purposes. Cancel, let me show you here. For that purposes, and the main thing with this part, let me show you. The main thing with this is loading is that these are just animations which are going to be implemented, and they're just circular animations, okay. They're just circular animations. That means that when it's loading, then it's just like loading like a circular animation, which will tell you like, hey, this, like, we are still loading, or before we get like the particular data from the database, okay. Now in regards here in updating folder with the improved styling, let's just use our constrainer folders. Now this part of the constrainer folders, you are passing out the particular navigation, and here in the navigation now we are saying here like space to be y, and then 2, and then the padding y is going to be 2. Then you are saying here an overflow of y auto, then the custom scroll bar, and then inside that nav, inside this nav also we are including here a folder map. So it's going to try like to map throughout the folder, okay. Then passing out the particular folder, and then inside this inside here also, inside this map also, you have now another button. Okay, so the purpose of this button is just for handling like folder click. Yeah, and what it does is that first of all, like, it will be able like to check like an active folder or not. Yeah, just for checking like the particular active folder. Yeah, so that's just the main function of this button. You can see, so it starts from this point here up to this point here, and they're inside like this map here. Yeah, so also another thing that you're going to do is in regards to, let me show you, going to be in regards to creating like a new folder. Okay, because like, I don't know if you can remember, we are now like, we're going to have a button. So this is the button we are creating. We're going to have this button, and this button is going to have a text like create new folder. So also these are the animations that we have included into that folder. That means into that button. So that means that the button is going to have these styles, which are first of all of flex. Then I'm going to say items to be center. Then that is width is going to be full. Let me fix this. So width is going to be full, and then padding X is going to be 4, and then the padding Y is going to be 2. Going to give it a text of blue, which is of 600 contrast, and then a hovering effect of background of blue, and then contrast is going to be 50. Also, we're going to give it a rounded, which is going to be large. Okay, transitional is going to be the colors. Yeah. Now, in regards now, here in the button also you have now the plus icon that you are getting from the React icons. Yeah. So here now below that now we're going now to also include now a particular part for the sidebar content. Okay, so here we have said like sidebar content, and then including now some empty tags. And then inside these empty tags, what we're going to do is this: we're going now to include now a particular part for the particular part of the app title section. Yeah, so here in the app title section, we're going now to have another div. So this div is going to have the padding of 4, then also padding bottom of 2, then going to have a flex of flex, and then items are going to be centered, then justify is going to be between. Then I'm going to give it a height 1, and then which is going to be TeslaMind AI. Then this TeslaMind AI, okay, this height is going to have a text of in Excel, then that is extra large, and then the font is going to be bold, then the cursor is going to be pointer, hover is going to be text, blue 600, transition to be color, and then truncate. Okay, so the reason that's why we're using it text Excel, that is because it's going to be large, and as you can remember, like that text TeslaMind, which was above there, it was like really huge. It's like a logo. It's a text, but it's like a logo. Yeah, so it's like it needs to be really huge. Yeah, so also that is in terms of the app title section. Now let's go also below it. Now we're going to also to include another button. Okay, so this button is going to include an icon known as FA times, and we're going to also have a class name. That means in this button is going to be in regards to large devices, is going to be hidden. Okay, but is going to be block, and then you're going to say text is going to be gray of 600. Then hover is going to be text, and then gray of 800 contrast, and then the color is going to be transition colors, and then focus is going to be the outline is going to be none. And then that means if you click this button with that icon FA times, you're going to invoke a code known as the close sidebar to function. Yeah, so and then it's going to have an error label which is going to say close sidebar. So what this does is that it's going to only appear in small devices. Yeah, so like the main thing with this part of this button with that icon FA times is that it's going to assist us in terms of closing the sidebar. It's going to assist us in terms of closing the sidebar, because as you remember, like also in small devices, when the device is in small devices, we're getting a a hamburger menu. Okay, so when you press the hamburger menu, then it extends and then it gives us now the particular things that are found in that sidebar. But if you press now the X, then it's supposed to close the sidebar. So this is the function of that button. Okay, now again, now it is in terms of the folder section, which is going to improve the scrolling or improve the styling. So I'm going to include here this div. So this div has a flex of grow, then overflow is going to be Y auto, and then padding X is going to be 4, custom is going to be scroll bar, and then another thing you're going to do in regards to this div, you're going to give it now another div inside it, which is of padding white, which is 2, and then I'm saying like in margin bottom is going to be of 2, and then in flex also is going to have items is going to be centered, and then justify it is going to be between. And then another thing I'm going to say here is you're going to now pass also the render folders. Okay, you're going to pass now also the render folders, and then inside this inner div you're going to include the height 2 with the text folders. Okay, so that means like that text folder is going to just be below that, below our main title Tesla mind. Then you're going now to include here a span, which is going to check now the particular folder, how many folders they have. So this span is going to say span class name. So inside this span, now it's going to try to check now the particular folder, how many folders there are, so that you can display there, like besides the name folder, it's going to display there for us now the numbers of folders that you have. So it's going to check the folders dot length, right? Okay. So after we've done that, also below those two divs, you're going to include this part for the bottom section with upgrade button, because remember, like we had the title, then we had the folders title, the folder text, then we had the folders. Okay, then below it we had the upgrade button. Okay, now this part is for the upgrade button, so we're going to include also another div which has the padding of 4, then margin top is going to be auto, then the border is going to be T, and then I'm going to give it a border of gray of 200, and then let's make now the particular button that you are to make. We're going now to also do this. We're going to include now a particular button. Here it is. That means if you press this button, then it's going to evoke a code known as, it's going to evoke like the previous code you had made, which is known as handle upgrade click to function. And as you can remember, like when you press this, it's going to take you, it's going like to invoke that code to execute, which means it's going to take you to the path /upgrade. And also giving like that, giving this button this style, which is flex, and then you have item center, then justify center, width is full, and then padding X of 4. Then here we're saying like padding Y to be 2, and then margin bottom of 4, and then text is going to be white, then background is going to be black, and then hover is going to be background of gray 800, and then we're saying rounded is going to be large, and then transition colors, and then font is going to be medium. So that's what you're saying. Okay, now below this, now inside this part, you're going to have another text, which is going to have the text upgrade, and then this text upgrade, first of all, like it has like an icon with the name FA crown. Okay, and another thing you're going also to include now the particular part of the profile, because as you can remember, like we also below that profile we also had a place where it showed us now the particular profile, a particular part of the profile. Yeah, so here we have included now a new div, okay, a new part which is saying like user, which is going to check like user and is signed in. If now the user is signed in, then you're going to include now that div which has now class name flex, and then we're saying item center, and then the padding is going to be 2, then rounded is going to be large. Now inside that div we're going now to have this part which says like user.image URL, and then like you're going to check also the particular part of the image. So this, let me tell you this in short, like what this code does is that it's going to, like, since you're using Clerk, you're using this part of the user, and as you can remember when you are importing it, so like you are importing that is const user, let me show you here. So we're importing that is user, we are importing that is the use user, which is coming from Clerk / Clerk React. Okay. Also in terms of the state, we said like const user, and then is signed in to be to user to be, that is use user. Okay. So from this point, what this does is that it's going to try out to, because since we are using Clerk, so after you logged in, either using Google email, Google Gmail, like Yahoo, anything, if you've logged in, then it's going to take that particular image, that image URL that you want here. So it's going to be included here into this part of the user.image. Then you're giving it an alt of profile. Then you're giving it this class name, which is of width to be 10, height to be 10, width 10, and then height 10. That obviously, and then you're saying rounded to be full. That obviously is going to be rounded. Then margin right to be 3, and then object is going to be cover, and then flex shrink of 0. Okay. And then here we're saying also else, that will be that including here also another div with that class name, and then it's going to have the particular icon if a user. Okay. Yeah. So that means that if in case you fail also like to get that image, then it's going to fall back on this FA user. So it's going to just, in case if you fail to get the particular image, because anything can happen. Yeah. So it will just put there an icon of a user from user. So now below that part also you're also going to have now another part, because below the, not below, like aside that that image that was gotten from either from logging in or signing in using your Google, what was happening is that we were also getting the particular full name of that particular person, and also we were getting now the primary email address, right? Like these ones you can be able to get them from, can be able like to get them from the particular person who was logged in. Yeah. So that's what you are using here. So we're saying like user.fullname and then user.primary email address, or that is just the email address like that. But if in case we fail to get the full name, we'll just say user, and if in case you fail to get now the particular email, it will just result to giving us nothing. Okay. Just to prevent any error, because errors may happen. So after that point, I think you're going also to now do this. So we're also going to include now another return. This return is going to help us in, we're going now to include this part of the return. So this part of the return is going to assist us in regards to ensuring that the sidebar behaves accordingly when in all devices, but particularly when in small devices. So here we're going to also include now another button. So this button is going to help us in regards to like toggling the sidebar on and off. So it's going to be just like it's an hamburger menu button, and then it has like the ID sidebar toggle, and then it has that class name. That means if you press it, then it's going to help us in regards to toggling the sidebar, and then giving it an aerial label to be toggle sidebar. And then the particular icon is FA buzz. So this is just a button with that icon. And then in regards to mobile sidebar, so it's going to only appear when toggled. Okay, so here we're going to include now this particular part of the div, which is going to have render that is the sidebar content. Okay, so this part of the div is going to have that ID mobile sidebar, and then the class name is going to have those styles. And then here it's going to check if the sidebar is open or if it's not, yeah, so as to be able to act accordingly. Now below that also still, we're going to check if the sidebar is always visible on large screen, that is in desktop, and if it's in desktop, then it's going, the large screen, then the sidebar is always going to be on. That means like if you're using a laptop or a desktop or any PC, then the sidebar is supposed to always be on because it's a large screen. Okay. Now below that also, let's include now the particular div which is going to render the sidebar content as obvious. Then inside it we're also going to include also another part of the mobile sidebar, which will only appear if the sidebar is true. Now if the sidebar is always true, then this is what needs to be rendered or appear. So that we're going to say like if sidebar is always open, then it's going to, inside this div we're going to have, is always going to render this part of the sidebar content. Okay. And then inside this part of the sidebar content, we have like two divs. We have two divs. So the first one is for in terms of the closed sidebar, which is going to have now the particular closed sidebar. Then the second one, which is still like a div, but it's an all cake, which is also going to stop propagations in terms if when clicked. Yeah. So, but these ones are also all going to happen in regards to small devices. Okay. Also, the last part is in terms of the account for sidebar on the desktop. So account for sidebar on desktop. So we're going to say a div. We're going to include now that div with those styles, and we're going to say here another part for adding custom scroll bar and animation styles. Yeah. So in regards to just adding like the animations, you're just going to include here a CSS style, and we're just going to close it inside that styles like that. Yeah, I think from that point we have been able to make everything. So from this point, so we're saying like the function of this part is not very important. The one that I've included right now up to there be there the bottom, like from that point to bottom, like it's not that important because it's just CSS for adding like animation and styles. But really like adding it just makes it more better. Yeah. So also, yeah, so I don't think there's anything else. But let's say in regards to the new folder model, let's say if there's a new folder, then this inside this div we're going out to try to render the part which has the create new folder. This is in terms of appearing like in small devices. Yeah. Now that means like if in new devices, then you're going to get this part of still create new folder, and then still going to have the FA times. Okay, it's going to have that as the icon, still the same. Like I'm not going to repeat the function of this, it's just the same as we had discussed previously, but the main part of this is that it's going to only appear when in small devices, but its work or its function is almost the same as the one that we had done previously. Now after we've done that, we're also going to include now another, below it we're going to include now another div, and then this div is going to have a class name of space y, that is going to be 4, and then the folder here we're going to say like inside it you're going to have now that div, and which has the label folder name, and then in terms of the inputs, you have that input which has the type of text, the value we are saying new folder name. Okay, one change is going to be which is going to just point to event.target.value, placeholder is just enter folder name, then I'm giving it that class name as that, then it's going to be autofocus just as that, and then below the div, below that div we have now the particular part of the, now because remember when you are pressing now the particular part of the creating of the button, like when you are creating now particular part of the creating when we're creating now particular part of the folder, we had a card. So this like what we have been doing here is creation of that card, and that card is going to have now the particular part which has the button of create and also has the button of cancel, and that's just what we've been doing here. So now we've been able like to create now this card, and yeah, from there I think I've been able to finish the whole of it. This just was that card, which one, like, because when you press it, then you need to get, like, we're going to get that card which is going to appear. So what we can do here, we can just try to save it, and let's see how it's going to react. So like after saving, you can see like there is the part of the sidebar that you have right now. Yeah, so you can see like right now, as you remember, like you have not created any folder yet, but this folder, this general folder is always created. Like it's always created. Now let's try also to create now a folder here. You can see when you press that you get that part. So let's create a folder. What shall we call it? Yeah, let's call it Coding with Brian. Okay, failed to create a folder, network error. Okay, so it seems we have an issue. Let me see if my backend is working. Yeah, we have an issue because actually my backend is not running. Let me try to run it, and then we'll try to Let me try to run my backend. Okay, let's wait for it first of all to run, then we'll return to it later. So you can see, like, right now it's running, the database is running successfully. So the issue I think was with the network. So yeah, so let's try now to do it. Let's now try to do the necessary. Let's try to create now the particular folder we were trying to create. Okay, so now this. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, so now let's create new folder. What was the name of the folder? Brown. Okay. I don't know why it's taking so long to create. So we're getting this error. Folder duplicate key value violates unique contrast. Okay. But I think I've been able to create the folder correctly. Okay, I don't think is this an error really. Yeah, so we have the username. I don't think this is an error, but it's saying severity error. Okay, I don't think it's an error because here we have now the particular folder. You can see also the path from here, that is dashboard/folders/coding, then our folder name. Let's try to create another folder. Okay, yeah, you can see like the folders are being created perfectly. Yeah, so don't worry. Yeah, so I think everything now looks okay. But don't you guys think I'm cool? Yeah, Brian is cool. So everything now works okay. You can see also the navigations from different folders. Man, I love the navigations. It's perfect. Now let's finish it with our, first of all, the header. Then after the header, after we made the header, then let's go now to the node list. Okay, now let's make our header. Okay, you can also check the neon databases to be sure that everything is, so that to know if it's really working, or maybe the folders are being stored in the cache. Let's just check the folders in our database and to be sure. I hope my network will be able to allow me. So let's come to the tables here. First of all, let's see, open. One second. 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, here it is. You can see. So now here in the folders, now let's check if we have anything. Yeah, you can see. Now we have Brian is cool. We have this coding with Brian. You can see here. So we have this general that is created by default, and I want you to look at this. Let me expand it. I want you to look at this. So you can see Brian is cool has the user ID. That's okay. We have the created that and the updated that. Okay. Then you have also they are linked to nodes. You can see here they are linked to nodes. That means if you create nodes, then they're going to be linked to the particular folder you created into it. Okay. Then you have the coding with Brian, that username, then creator, updaters. Still the same with the general. Okay. But this one that we have the work. These other two are the ones that we had created while we were testing our application, or we were testing the backend. Do you remember, guys? Because also can see the username, the user ID, which are just some very basic user ID that we had, some testing user ID that we are using. Yeah. So after I've done that, yeah, everything now looks perfect though. I want to tell you this. So right now we are here in like we're supposed to make this part of the header, but also there's another thing I've done already. Like I've been able like to I've created like, okay, let me show you something here. Like here, like I've created like another folder known as the hooks. Then inside these hooks now we have this file known as the use audio recorder.js. okay, so the main thing with this this hook for use audio recorder.js is going to assist us in terms of just helping us so as to, you know, guys, like to opening like the recorder, closing it, pausing it, etc. So that is the main thing in regards to that use audio record.js. okay, so you can make the same, and then I'm going to give you the codes that you're going to put there in this audio recorder this use audio recorder.js. okay, so what you're going to do is this. I'm going to put these codes here. So this is the code that I'm talking about. So this code, this use audio recorder that I'm talking about is so you can see, like as I've told you, like it's going to assist us in terms of, let me show you here. So its main thing is going to assist us in terms of seeing if it's recording when the audio recorder is pressed, like seeing if it's recording. Also, like in terms of, let's say in terms of the media recorder. Then also you have the, like in terms of the audio chunk reference, like that's just the main thing with this, like the audio recorder. So it's going to be in terms of also like just starting, stopping, etc, pausing, etc. okay, so that's the main thing. So, and I wanted to show you that, but I didn't want like to start coding this part because like it's just basic JavaScript. Yeah, you can just see from this point, like everything like explains itself. Everything like just explains itself. So, but I'm going to put the link to in the description of the file. I'm going to put the link to the whole file. You can go to that particular file and then copy this part if you want. And yeah, so now let's go to the header.jsx. So what you're going to do with this header.jsx, you're going also to start importing the things that you're going to require. So the first thing that you're going to first of all require, like first of all you're going to put the function, which is header. Then this function header, first of all you're giving it a class name. Our class name first of all has the background color of white. Then shadow is going to be medium, and then we have padding of 4, and then border to be B, and then relative, and then we have large devices, Z is going to be 50. That means like it's going to just be under something here. It's going to be under, like you don't want it to be like elevated a lot. Also another thing you're going to import is in terms of the user. So one thing with this header is like we only want when we create like a particular node audio, not using audio, not using text, not using audio, not using like anything. Like what you want is that there should be like credibility of the data. That means like each user should be able like to see his or her particular data. Okay, now after I've done that, so what we're going to do also is we're going to import here some like here in regards to the API services, like because remember like what will happen is these notes, this audio that you are importing or recording, like this YouTube URL that you're going to put there, what they're going to be doing is that they're going to be there's a file that is going to be handling that, which is known as the API services, and then when it handles that part, then it's going to be able like to communicate with our backend, and so that you can be able like to do the necessary things. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to create this file. Okay, so you can come also to come here, let's come to the main, and then you're going to create now this folder. This folder we're going to name it as services. Then we're going to give it a file. So the file inside it is going to be, we're just going to name it as API services. That is API services. and then API services.js. .js.jsx. Let me see. I think it's going to be JSX, right? Yeah. API services.jsx. Okay. So we created that. So that one I'm going to deal with it later. So let's come to this point. And just do RAFCE for not to avoid any issues. Okay, so like that. So here in the API services, what you're going to import, these are the things you're going to import. First of all, you're going to import let me show you. So first of all, you're going to import this handle recorded audio, this handle recorded audio submit. Also you have this part of the handle upload submit, then you have the handle submit PDF, then you have the handle YouTube submit, and then you have the handle generate notes. Okay, so let's go to our API services. I want us to make those changes to that part, and then I'm going to, after you're through with making changes in this API services, you're going to have to come back to our header. Okay, so let's come to this API services. I want us to make changes there. Let's come to that API services. Let's remove everything that was there previously. Then I'm going to start first of all by importing the user, which is coming from Clerk, and also now include also the particular function which is handle coded audio submit. Okay, and also you can see like there we are passing like the async. We're passing first of all the recorded blob. Also you're passing out the dialect, the set is loading, set notes, and then set file URL. Okay, I think like right now you have known like everything, how everything is going to go about. Okay, so right now here we're saying like below that conditional statement, if so we're saying like if set is loading to always be true, then const form data, and then passing it the new form data. Then in regards to creating a file from blob timestamp, so this is what we're going to do. We're going first of all to do a const file name, and then that is going to be in regards to the recorded, and then in regards to date.now. Then the format of the recorded audio is obviously a wave format, and then you're going to say like audio file, when passing the particular new file which you're going to include the particular recorded blob, the file name. Then here we're going to say like the form data.append, then you're going to include the audio and also the dialect the same. Then below it you're going to include the particular part of the try cache, which is going to try now to handle this part of the handle recorded audio submit. Okay, so I'm going to say if there's no response, okay, then it's going to throw an error, fail to process recorded audio, and then I'm going to do a const data wait, which is going to just give us the response JSON. Okay, now but let's say if in case everything goes well, then this is what you're going to say. You're going to just return true, which means everything is okay. Okay, now let's include the particular endpoints for the particular necessary endpoints. Yeah, so in regards to uploading a particular audio, so we're going to just include that const record response, and then we're going to fetch. So like the particular HTTP we are using is HTTP localhost 5000 API /audio/upload. If you remember clearly, like previously, like we had made like the backend, but we didn't make like the backend routes for the audio part. Do you remember very well? Yeah, we didn't make the backend audio routes, the backend for the audio routes. Yeah, so that's what you're going to try to do right now. Okay, but I'm not going to make the audio right now. I think the audio are going to make it, okay, the backend for the audio we are going to make it maybe in our next video part 2, but right now like let's just make this part first of all. Okay, and then in regards to that, let's come to that const data. Below it you're going to display the transcript notes from the response. So what's going to happen is this: we're going to, like when you upload an audio, like we want it to be transcribed, and then after transcribed, then it can be able to be taken to our Gemini API, so that it can be able like to put it accordingly. Okay, now so in regards to transcribing, so we're going to say if data.notes, and then we're going to include in this like conditional statement inside it, you're going to say if data.notes, passing the data.notes, and then we're going to say like set notes, include it inside it. Let's now include the data.notes, and then that's the set file URL, and then data.file URL, or in case of anything then just give an empty. else if, that is data.file URL. Then inside it you're going to say if there is no transcript response, okay, then it's going to throw an error. That means if we miss a transcript of the audio, then it's going to give us that error. Then here it's saying like transcribe data, that is a way to transcribe response to JSON. Then here it's saying a set notes, and then including the particular transcribe data transcript. Yeah. Then here it's saying like if there's no that part of the transcribe data transcript, then it's going to just give us an error of no transcript was generated. So that is in case if we get an error in generating. Now after I've done that, then what we're going to do, we're going to do a transcribe response. That means we're going to try like to transcribe now the particular audio that we have gotten here, but it's still a post HTTP. So we're going to say like const transcribe response, and then including now the particular HTTP you're using is you can see here we have http:/localhost 5000 API/audio then /transcribe. Okay, so the transcribe functionality is going to be handled in the backend. Okay, then it's a post method. You can see now the headers you're passing out the particular content type, and then that is the application, the JSON, and then body json.stringify file URL data.file URL. Okay, now this was a conditional statement. Now below it you're going to include the else. It's going to give us, it's going to try to handle any error by saying no notes or transcribe is available. Then now let's return for successful operation. Let's say if in case everything goes well, it's going to return true here. As you can see, if in case everything goes well, here is going to return true if everything goes well. But if in case if anything goes wrong, then it's going to do this cache. Then I'm going to use the finally to set is loading to always to be false. Okay, now that is everything in regards to that's everything in regards to handling of the recorded audio submit. Now let's go to the next part, which is going to be in handling the upload audio submit. Yeah, because this one because what you're doing right now, we're just making like those parts for the header, because the first part was for recording or handling the recorded audio for that part of recording. Now this part was for handling, this second part now is for handling upload audio for you to like when you decide to upload an audio. So we are just doing almost the same thing, because you're seeing passing out the same things, the audio file, dialect, setting, loading, etc. The thing again we have been doing like previously. So here going also to include a conditional statement. So we're going to say like if there is no audio file, you're going to put an alert, please upload an audio file first. So this prevents people from trying to misuse now the operations of if they forget maybe to include an audio, okay, to upload it. Then again, what we're going to do again is we're going to come here below. We're going to say set is loading to always be true. Then we're going to say form data is going to be always, we're going to say form data, and then we're going to put it to be new form data. Then in regards to that form data, we're going to append it to append now the particular audio and also the dialect. Okay, and then inside it you're going to interact the particular audio file and the dialect appropriately. Now after we've done that, now if you come below it, you're going to include a try cache. This try cache is going to say like if let's say if the response is okay, then if the response is not okay, the response is not okay, you're going to throw this error. But in regards if let's say if everything goes well, but before that, first of all, like first know if the response is okay, first of all you need to be able to upload the particular audio. So this try cache is going to handle that. So regards to for you to upload a particular audio, I'm going to put this HTTP. It's still a post method, and then the body is in regards to the form data that we had included here like previously. And also like you can see like the HTTP we are using, that is /audio/upload. Still we haven't been able to implement that backend, but we're going to make that later. So let's also come here below. We're going to now display the transcript notes from the response. Yeah, we're going to display the transcript notes from the response. So this is what you're going to do. You can come here, and then you're going to say this: if data.notes, then you're going to set it to set notes, and then data.notes, also set file URL, then data.file URL. Else if data.file URL, then inside it you're going to include an if statement, which is going to say if there is no transcribe response or okay, then it's going to throw an error. And then here we're saying like const transcribe data, that is await transcribe response, the JSON. Then it's going to be like the set notes, that will be the transcribe data dot transcript. But in case of any error, just going to say, hey, no transcript was generated, then to throw to you that error. Yeah, so we're just always returning it true. Very important. If notes aren't like, let's say if the notes is not there in the transcript, then this is what needs to be done. Okay, so we're going to say a transcribed response. So first of all, we're going to try now to do that transcribed response, and still it's going to use the same posts. I don't know if you can remember, like here above when you can see here, in regards to the transcribe, we are using the same HTTP in regards to uploading audio, and in regards to uploading audio, and also in regards to like recording audio, like you're using the same service or the same HTTP here for transcribing of our audio, right? So just using the same thing. And in case of anything, then we're going to use this else statement. We're going to rely on this else statement, which is going to say like no notes or transcript is available. But like remember, this is like nested if else statement. Yeah, so now outside now in regards to this was also a try cache, like the outside it was a try cache. And then now here we are saying like in this cache, just for handling the errors in case any error comes. Then finally we're going to set loading is to be false. And then in regards after that, we're going out to also include another part for handling submit PDF, because this is that part for like for you to be able to upload your particular PDF. Now in regards to the async, you are passing now the PDF file, you're passing here the set is loading, then here you're passing now the set notes, right? Here I'm saying like I don't know if you have been able to realize, but what you've been doing above and here below, it's almost the same thing. Like it's almost the same thing, but there's some differences because they are doing different things. But in regards to how the code's functionality are working, like they are just the same thing, right? So the same thing you're doing here, we're saying like if there is no PDF file, then it's going to give us an alert. So the particular alert is going to say like, please upload a PDF first, so that just the alert you're going to get. And here we're saying like set is loading to true, and then we're saying like const form data to be passed to a new form data. Then here we're saying like form data dot append, going to include now the particular PDF, then the PDF file appropriately. Also below it we're going to include also the particular try cache. Okay, now in this try we're going to do a const response, which is going to be a wait fetch, and then including the particular HTTP. Also the method is also going to be a post, and here we're going to say like if there's no response dot okay, then it's going to throw this error. Then const data await response dot JSON. Then we're going to use a set notes to be data the summary, and if in case of any error, then we're just going to say like no summary was generated. And also we're going to always return a true. That's obvious. Now in regards to everything, like this is a try cache. Like I think right now I've been able like to handle a lot of try cache in the backend and the front end. I don't know, like right now in this cache, first of all it's going to just handle any error in case we get any error. Then finally we're going to set loading to always be false. Okay, don't need to explain that. Now let's go to the next part. That's going to be regards to handling your YouTube submit. Okay, now in this part of the YouTube submit, we're just going to use the same thing. Like I want you to see like we're just using the same method. That's why I don't want to see it. You can see here, if there's no PDF file, throw this error. And also see here, if there's no YouTube link, throw this error. And also let me show you here above. You can see, let me show you. Oh, is it here? You can see here, if there's no audio file, throw this. Like we just like it's just the same thing, but because of different functionality. But I want you to see like it's not very hard to do this. So see the same, you're passing this the YouTube link, the dialect, the set is loading, and then set the set notes. Very important. Also you're saying like if there is no YouTube link that's provided, then you're going to give us an alert of hey, listen, I have a YouTube URL. Okay, after I've done that, another thing you're going to do is below it you're going to set is loading to always be true. And then in regards to this try cache, we're going to include here this try cache, but now in this try, first of all still using a post, but in regards to the fetch, we're going to say that is a HTTP localhost 5000/API/YouTube/process video. And then here below it you're going to include an if else statements. Now in the particular if, you're going to say if there is no response okay, that means like if the response is not okay, then it's going to say going to give us now the particular error message. is going to give us the particular error message, or just going to say this part. Okay, and then now including a const data, which is an await.response.json. Then here I'm saying like set nodes to and then include inside it the data.nodes, or like let's say like the nodes, no nodes was generated if in case like there is no nodes. Okay, now also we are also just going to set the return to always be true, like that. Also here we include now the particular cache for handling any error, and then also including finally we say which is setting set loading is always going to be false. Okay, so I think from that point I think we are through with everything. Yeah, so from that point I think we are through with everything. Let me see. Yeah, I think we are through with everything, but there is one part for handling the nodes. Yeah, the last part for handling like for the nodes generation. Yeah, because this last part was for when you included like your text, then that text was going to the Gemini API, and then to generating the nodes based on your so this is the last part for this section. Now again, also the things you're passing here in regards to what you're passing out the topic, the dialect, the setting is loading, set nodes, selected folder, and also the user ID. Okay, very important. I want you to notice one thing, like you've not added the part of the selected folders in those other ones or the user ID. Have you noticed that? That's because the one that you're going to start with doing that first of all is this part of the handle generate nodes, and then in regards to the other ones you're going to do that later when like during our next session. But what you're going to do is like below it you're going to first of all like just do the same thing that you've been doing previously above. First of all you're going to say if there's no user ID we're going to throw a particular error. So the particular error that you're going to throw is first of all saying which says like the user ID is required but right now it's missing, and always like you're going also to be throwing a return of false. Now below that particular if statement we're going to like try to log details folder, like you're going to try to log now the particular details folder information. Okay, so I'm going to say like this console.log and then selected folder for notes, then the particular folder ID is going to be in terms of selected folder, then checking the folder ID, then the folder name is going to be selected folder, then folder, and then the name, then the user ID is just going to be user ID because the user ID actually is coming from Clerk, so just the user ID like that. Okay, now below that point you're going also to include a set is loading. So in this set is loading you're going to include now a particular try cache. Okay, now here below this try we're going to use a const response. We're going now to include this const response, which is going to first of all like point to http localhost /http 5000 /api /nodes /generate nodes, and it's always a posts method. And in regards to the headers you're going to include now the particular content type, which is application /json, and then below that particular try we're also going to include a body, which is going to be a json.stringify, and then like that means like when it tries to go to the backend, like first of all the thing we are going to be take to the backend is going to be the particular part of the topic. Okay, so it's going to be the topic, and then we're going to include the particular dialect, and also we're going to include the particular part of the folder ID. It's going to, and then folder ID we're going to say it is going to be to selected folder ID, or else it's going to be null. And do you remember like when I told you like if the folder ID is null, then it's going to that particular node is going to fall into a general folder known as the general, right? Now also here we're including also the user ID, and then we are saying like the folder name is going to be selected folder name, like that. Now below that point you're going to also to include now the particular part of the if else statement. Okay, now here in the if you're going to say like if there's no response, okay, throw that particular error the same way we've been doing above, so I'm not going to explain that. And again here we are saying like const data, that is await response to JSON. Then here we are saying like set nodes to, and then set nodes, then including the particular data dot nodes, else if there's any error we can just say like no nodes was generated. And then below it you're going to say in regards to the logging the nodes that was created response, we're going to say this. You're going to say console.log, that is the node creation response, which is going to be nodes, then data.nodes, then nodes ID, then data is going to be nodes ID, then folder ID, data folder ID. Okay, now this what you're doing right now here is not that important. Okay, you're just console logging it so as to be know like if everything is working as required or not. Okay, but this part of the console.log is not that important. Okay, the main thing with it is just to assist us in regards to knowing if our data is working right or not. Now in regards to this part of the return true, like we've just been doing that, like to always be true, also from the previous codes previously above. Also still the same here, we are using the same try, the same cache, and also we are still using the finally, as important as obvious as that. So from this point I think you've been able like to create now the particular part for let me show you, particular part for handling the generate nodes. For handling the generate nodes, then you have the particular part for handling the YouTube submit. You have also the particular part for handling the submit, handles the submit PDF. Also we have the particular part for handling the upload audio submit. And then lastly we have this part, let me show, for handling the recorded audio submit. So those are the things that right now we've been able like to make or being able like to complete. Now let's turn first of all to our header, then I'm going to show you something here. Now in regards to our header, like so this is what we are importing from the API services, and right now as you can see, like we've been able like to include all of them. You can see you have the generate nodes, you have the YouTube submit, the PDF, the handling upload audio submit, and then lastly you have the part of the handling recorded audio submit. Okay, now let's turn to this point. You're going to have to also do this, so you're going to also import the particular models. So the first model that you're going to import is the record audio model, which is coming from /header components /record audio models. Okay, so that's the first model you're going to import. The second one is this, which is upload audio model, coming from the same folder. That one is known as the upload PDF model. Next one is the same, so that is the import YouTube model. Then you have lastly the generate nodes model, which are the ones that you're going to import. Okay, now what you're going to do, I want you to come to here. You're going to have to create that folder. So just come to the src, then create this folder, which is going to be, let me show you, let's rename it as header components. That is the header components. Okay, so the first one you're going to make is this. And then the next one is this. Okay, let me do this. Okay, and then after I've done that, let's also this part of the upload. Okay, then lastly you have this part of the nice. So after you've done that, you can just do this. Let me close this. Then you can just save the whole of it, no issue. But as for now, let's do this. Here you can just include the So I think they are all of them. So let's see. So you have the general, you have the record, let me see, have the okay. Then you have the this part. Then you have this part. Yeah, great. So we have all those parts. You can just save all of them, no problem. And then we can close all of them. Close all of them. We just need one part. Yeah, we just need this header to be open. So in regards to this header, now after we've done that, after we've generated, we've made those files now and then imported them, we're going to come now inside this header. This is what you're going to do. The first thing I'm going to do is going to set the current location of an extracted folder, because remember in regards to knowing the location, location of that, for a folder, or knowing if you press a particular folder is very important, so as to know into which nodes the nodes is being generated from. So here we're just doing the same thing, that is for use location, which is its main thing. And then in regards to use state, you're saying that the const current folder, then including the set current folder, and then your state is going to be null. Also in regards to set current folder name, doing the same thing. Also we're going to do the same for is tools menu open. Now below that, you're now going also to include a const user, which is going to check now the particular part of the user who was logged in using Clerk. And here we're going to say const general folder ID, then set general folder ID, and passing now the particular use state. Now below that part, you're going to now do this. I want us to include a use effect. So this use effect is going to have a const fetch general folder, and inside that fetch general folder, you're going to see, we're going to try now to see if the user is authenticated, because we want to only have necessary, we just want only the person to create particular nodes if they are authenticated or if they have logged in. So I'm going to say if the user there is no user, then it's going to return this error. It's going to return an error. But and then in this try case, you're going to say if data.success, then data.data, the length which is greater than 0, then I'm going to say set general folder ID. That's going to be in regards to the data. Then we're going to check the first array.id, right? Now inside this try, we're going to now include the particular HTTP, which is going to have the HTTP which is of localhost 5000/API, then in folders, then including now the particular user ID there, because as you can remember, if we would like to be able to fetch or get the particular folders, then you are required to for you to be able to get the particular folder, then you are required to be able to be logged in as a user, right? Now we have now the user ID, then passing out the particular part of the user ID, then the name. Else, if everything goes bad, then the name is going to be general, as obvious. Now below that part, you're going now to include the particular cache, because it's a try cache. Cache is just for catching error, as obvious. Then inside it, below it, you're going now to include the part of the const user ID, then setting the user ID, which is going to just help in regards to getting the user ID. Below it again, I'm going to now try to pass the URL to get the current information of the folders. So we're going to use an use effect. Inside this use effect, we're going to say this. Now, do you remember during the making of our sidebar, we had almost the same thing here. So the main thing with this part is that it's going to try to help us in regards to knowing the particular folder name. And if you know the particular folder name, then it's going to be able to try to access the database, and that database is going to help us, or we are going to try to get the particular database name. Then if you get the database name, going to try to figure out like a particular folder ID. Then that particular folder ID is the one we're going to use it as a folder ID. Okay, so that's just what we are trying to do. And then below it, you're going to include an if statement. This if statement is going to see if the folder is matching. I'm going to try to see if the folder is matching. Yeah, so as you see here, we're going, what it does is that it's going to try to decode a folder name from the URL. Okay, so after you done that, because after you get the name, then get the ID, like that. Yeah, so just the same thing here. Here trying to fetch the folder details using the folder name. Okay, just using this same HTTP /API, and then folders, username, then the name, and then the encoded URL component. Okay, let me show you component, then the particular folder name. Okay, just trying to get the particular folder details of that particular folder, like just doing the same thing again and again. Now below that try, we are going to include an if statement. Now this if statement you're going to say is going to include inside it, you're going to pass now the particular data dot success and data and the data length, which should be greater than 0. And because if it's greater than 0, then that is when we're saying like the set current folder to be data, and then passing now the same thing we've been doing previously. Because here if the length is less than 0, then that means you have not selected any folder, yeah, like that. So also in this below this if, since it's below this if, you're going to include the else, which is just going to like to try to check if there is no set folder, then just going to return obviously a none, as obvious. Then below it, because it was a try cache, including the cache. Okay, and then since also this was nested if else statement, because you can see like here outside it we had if. Okay, here outside you had if, then inside that if we had now this try, then inside this try now we have another if, which are conditional statements, and then now outside we have the cache, and then now we have now the outside else. Okay, we're just going to set the details if they like just going to reset folder details if there is no folder route. Okay, so in regards to this, now if you come below it, you're going to only try to fetch folder details if the user is authenticated, as obvious. So you're going to say if there is user, then this is what you're going to do. If there is user, then it's going to say fetch folder details, and then regards to the location.path name, and then the user. Then below it you can include now this. You're going to try to toggle the tool drop down on mobile. Now in regards to making it more responsive on small mobile devices or small devices, they're going to say const toggle tool menu, and then inside it include like the set is tool menu to be open, which is if it's not set, if installed menu open is not true. And then below it, going to include now a particular part which is going to handle the clicking outside of the tool menu. So in regards, if you click outside, then this we're going to include this use effect, and this use effect is going to assist us regards to that. So when you click outside, but remember you're still like on small devices, right? If you click outside, then we're going to invoke now the particular part of the installs menu, and if there is no event, they'll target the close set, and then include now the particular tools menu, and if there is no event, they'll target close set, and then include the particular tools toggle, like that. Now also here what we're going to do is we're going to now include the particular add event listener. Okay, that means in case of handling the click outside, or yeah, so that's what you're going to do. Also the same, you can add also the same for in regards to return. It's going to just have a remove event listener that you had added previously. Okay, here above. Now let's go also below it. You're going to, in regards to visibility in different states. Okay, now since because like remember you're going to be using like different screens, etc. So you're just using the use states so as to be able like to implement those functionality so that they can be able like to work appropriately. Now so what you're going to do is you're going to come here, and then you're going to say like the particular part which are the shared states which are the same, is first of all you have in regards to the particular parts of the nodes. Yeah, also you have in regards to particular part of the loading, and then you have the dialect. So those are the parts that are really shared, like in all of them, because in small devices or in large devices, those are the parts that are really shared. Okay, the nodes, and then is loading, and also dialect. Yeah, also another part is the file URL, also the file URL. Okay, now the file states, first of all you have this part of the PDF file, of the YouTube link, then you have the audio link, which are the ones that are currently being shared. Okay, now if you come to here below, you're going to say we're going now to include in the particular part of the audio recorder hook. So this audio recorder hook, inside it you're going now to include this part of the is recorded blob, set record blob, then this part. So this part is in regards to the one that is in regards to this is audio recorder that you had earlier, that like this code I had earlier given you. Yeah, is in regards to that part. So let's come also to sell to this header, because these are required, really required in regards to recording the particular that part of the recording audio. Okay, so if you come below it again, we're going out to import that part, which is import the use audio recorder from that point. After you've been able to import it, now let's come below it. I'm going to do this, going to say file upload handler. So this file upload handler is going to be handle file upload. So and then it's going to be set PDF file, and then passing the event.target.file files. Also in regards to handling the audio file upload, going to do the same thing, can just say it's just the same thing. Then in regards to function wrappers to pass like components, so you're going to say on submit PDF, and then passing the handle submit PDF. Then let's go below it again, let's do the in regards to the on submit YouTube. That means you're going to pass also the handle YouTube submit, and then passing the YouTube link. The dialect set is loading, then set notes, then success is going to be, if there is success, then set is YouTube model to be open to false. Then below it you're going to include now that is the on submit recorded audio, which is going to be handle recorded audio submit, and then passing the record blob, the dialects, the set is loading, set notes, and then the set file URL. It's just also the same thing you've been doing. Also another thing you're going to do is in regards to the on submit upload audio. Then you've done that. Then in regards to the on generate notes, like this, just the same thing. I'm not going to repeat myself. Then other thing is in regards to like closing the tools after selecting an option. Like do you remember like when in small devices, like this part of the notes, like the audio, the PDF, like those parts of those tools, like they were in a button known as tools. So when you press the tools, then a drop down appears, then you're able to select what. Okay, so this is what is going to help us in regards to handling that part. So we're going to say here const open model and close menu. So it's going to help us in regards to, after you selected it, then it's going to close it appropriately. Now if you come to inside this div, so the return this div, we're going to include also this h2. This h2 is going to have the text. I'm going to give it this text, new note, and then in regards to the current, so in regards to first know like which notes has been selected there. So it's going to say something like new note, then let's say example maybe folder coding. So it's going to say new note coding selected, new note coding, and then folder, like that. Yeah, because here you have folder, new note coding folder, or new note programming folder, etc. So that's how it's gonna happen. Now if you go below it, now in regards to the desktop button, these buttons you want them to be hidden when in mobile devices. So we're going to give them like this div. So you can see the class name are hidden in medium devices, are hidden, sorry, and then in medium devices they're going to be flex. You have space, it is going to be x3. Then inside it you're going to give it these buttons. So the first button is in regards to the generate notes, and it has this class name. And also that means if you press this button, generate notes, then it's going to invoke this part of the function known as the set is make notes model open that you had included earlier previously. Also, we're going to include also another button. This button is the record audio, okay, and also when you press it, it's going to say, it's going to invoke this part of the part which is known as set is audio model open, and also has that class name there. Also another button that we're going to have is this button of the upload audio, and also when you press it, you can see there, yeah, just the same thing. Another one you're going to do is the uploading PDF. Then last one, so we can see, so it's going to invoke that. Then last one we're going to include is in regards to the YouTube video, yeah, so doing the same thing that we've been doing previously. So the reason that's why these are supposed to be hidden in mobile devices, they're going to be hidden so that they can be able to be used appropriately inside that button, like tools, so that if you press, then you can be able to see them appropriately. But in desktop or like in large devices, they're just going to appear as normally they are supposed to. Okay. Now below that div, you're going to include a mobile drop-down menu. So this mobile drop-down menu is going to first of all include a div. So this div is going to have this button, and the particular button is going to have an icon known as the chevron down, meaning if you press it, then it's going to invoke this part known as the toggle tools menu. So if you press this toggle tool menu, if you press like this button chevron down, then it's going to invoke this toggle tools menu, and it's going to show us now these previous tools here, like from the upload PDF, upload audio, YouTube video that were hidden in larger devices. Okay, so and then that is the styles. Let me show you here. So these are the styles that you've been able to do to it. Not something fancy, but looks appropriate to me. So after I've been able to do that, then you can come here. Now in regards to that button, it's going to have the name tools and actions, and again it's going also to have it's going also to have another icon which is going to be as menu there. Okay, so as to tell someone like, hey, there's also something here, like on in small devices. Okay, now below that button, we're going to include a set tools menu which is going to be open, and I'm going to say this. So inside that is tools menu open, we're going to have this div which is going to have an ID of tools menu. The class name is going to be that, and then inside that div we're going to have the first button which is going to be generate notes, and in this generate notes, obviously this button has an on click of open model and close menu, and then we're passing also the set is make notes model open. Okay, but the particular icon there on the button is of a notebook pen. Okay, so also we're going to have here another button which is record audio. We're going to have this record audio text is going to have an icon which is the mic, and then if you press the button, is going to work that part. Then we're going to have here another button. Let me show you for the uploading audio. Okay, so that icon, when you press it, then to invoke that, and then we're going to have that class name of it. Okay, then another one is going to be in regards to the uploading PDF. So this uploading PDF is also going to have a no click, then working the same, then it's going to work the same, and then you're going to have come here below, going to have another one which is YouTube video, and it's going to have that icon etc. Yeah, so from that point we are through with those buttons, and then I'm going to come in regards to the record audio model. So in this record audio model, going to first of all in regards to the record audio model, just going to come here, then like this, going to include this record audio model which is a self-closing, and inside it you're going to say, we've said like is open to, when you press it, then it's going to say is open, which is audio model open. Then on close is going to be set to set is audio model open, which is always going to be false, and then set recording is going to be passed to set recording, and then I'm going to say like here like start recording, which is going to be start recording. Then we're going to be passing here also the stop recording, also within the stop recording, also recorded blob, also the dialect, the set dialect, the handled recorded audio submit, and then we have said also we have this part of this is loading, and lastly we have the part of the notes. Okay, now below it you're also going to include this other part, which is going to be in regards to the uploading model. It's going to be the same, but we're going to have some few changes. You can see almost the same. So we have is open, then we have this part of the on close, the handle audio file upload, handle upload audio submit, then the dialect set dialect. You have the is loading, and then the notes, almost the same but has some differences. Also the next part you're going to make going to be in regards to this part of the uploading PDF, the uploading PDF model. So in this uploading PDF model you're going to have also the same thing, almost the same, not the same, almost the same. Is open, on close, handle file upload, handle submit PDF, is loading, then notes. Yeah, but they're pointing only to the, they're only pointing to the, like to the particular codes that they need to execute. For example, this part of the on submit PDF, this handle file upload, etc. You can see. So after we've done that, also you have the part of the YouTube model. Now in this YouTube model we are also going to do almost the same thing. You can see also it's pointing, it's still is open, on close YouTube link, the set YouTube link, dialect, set dialect, handle YouTube submit, loading, and then the notes. Also they are pointing to their respective particular codes for the functionality. Also you have now the last part, which is going to be in terms of the generating notes model. So here in the generating notes model, so still the same here. You have is open, on close, handle generate notes, you have the dialect, set dialect, is loading, then you have the notes, then the current folder ID. Okay, so after I've done that, I think you have been able to finish now our making now our codes for the header section. You can just save the whole of it, then let's see how it's going to be. You can save it, and then let's come to, let's save it and then see how it's going to be. Now after running, like, that is what you're getting on, like, these are what you're getting. As you can see here, we have like now our previous folders which you had made earlier, which was coding with Brian. Also you have this Brian is cool. Also if you look here, we have now the particular buttons that we've made, which is the generate notes, the record audio, upload audio, then upload PDF, and then YouTube video. But also if you remember, like the files that you had created earlier, these are the ones we had created earlier, but we just included some skeleton codes into those files. So what we have done is that we just included like some skeleton codes into there. And yeah, so what we're going to do next is just to start making like making those particular models, starting with the generate model, so that if you press this generate model, then it's going to it's going to show up a pop-up, and that pop-up is going to have the necessary requirements or the necessary inputs. Also still the same for record audio, and then upload PDF, then lastly the YouTube video. Yeah, so for all of them, and then after you through those models, then we just finish it with the note list. And yeah, so let's meet in the next part.